Hello in chat. I'm Dad. How's it going? How you doing? Hope you've been having a good day. I realize this shirt is freaking out the camera. I hope it doesn't look as bad on stream as it does in my preview, because it's like, oh, glorby. Does it look a little bit less weird on stream? Let me know, because it looks wild in the preview. Thank you, Nightbot. I finally got Nightbot working after yesterday. I didn't even do anything. It just started working. I went in to see if it was like connected still, and it was, and then it started working again. I'm like, ah, well, okay, here we are. Thanks, Nightbot. I love all my bots, but geez. They're goofy goobers. Goofy goobers. Howdy, Andrew. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, today's gonna be a news day. I just played games yesterday because I didn't want to fucking deal with the world, but the world didn't stop doing things, unfortunately. So we're gonna cover some stuff. I mostly wanted to focus on a couple main things today. We're gonna go and cover briefly the flooding and the hurricane aftermath and stuff in the States. Then we're gonna go over what's going on in the Israeli situation right now. We're gonna figure that out, and by figure that out, I mean I'm gonna yell because I'm upset. And then I'm gonna cover some JD Vance stuff, and watch the VP debate. Now the VP debate is in an hour and a half, so we're gonna have to cover stuff fast because, like, I don't know. Luckily, the weather stuff should go fast, but the situation in Israel right now is a time. But yeah, I guess happy October, happy spooky month, happy my birthday month. You're welcome all for everything being awesome in October. You know, other than the news. But the weather's better in October. The holidays are better in October. Everything's spooky, which is just better. So you're welcome for having been born and giving you the best month. I'm really excited. My birthday's a week today. It's next Tuesday. We're gonna be streaming next week on my birthday, playing the Silent Hill 2 remake, which comes out for my birthday. You're welcome. As if I had anything to do with it. Yes, I'm super excited to play that. I had been considering streaming Friday as well, but I have some other stuff I gotta do, so but we will be streaming next Tuesday, and then it'll be a week before I stream again because I'll be away for my birthday visiting family, and it'll be good. And all of the amazing gift subs and stuff y'all gave me yesterday, which is wild. I like looked after and it was like 40 subs I have now. I'm like, what? When? How? It's ridiculous. Why are y'all like this? But all that money is gonna it's gonna be the Dairy Queen fund. It's gonna be the ice cream fund and like snack fund while I'm away. I say because they'll be like, you know, I'm from a small town, so walking around's a little more easy, but also we'll see how much better my leg is to see if I can even walk anywhere. But I am excited. My dad's promised pie because he makes the best apple pie, so I'm excited for that. As far as my knee, it is actually doing better today, despite yesterday being super duper painful, because I overdid it on the weekend. But today I've been able to walk around without even my cane or anything. Like, I need the brace on still, but like, this is the best it's been by far. today. So I'm really, really excited. Hoomst. My mom. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for Spooky Month. I need y'all to send me spooky dooky memes throughout the month because I need to just like ingest all of the scary stuff so badly. Speaking of, there's a new Uzumaki anime, and I need to see that so badly. It's ridiculous. It's like a need. Sorry, my mom's texting me. But yeah. So yeah, I guess we'll start. Oh my god, I moved everything around in OBS, and it's breaking my brain. I don't know why I did that to myself, but I did because I'm a dingus. Yes, it is meme time. So with October, here, let me pause this stuff because it's confusing my brain. It is also Locktober. So I'm not going to explain what that means, but I'm just using that as an excuse to share this really, really, really funny TikTok I saw the other day, but from the lockpicking lawyer.
Several years ago, I produced a series of videos showing how to twist popular padlocks off their hasps using my 24-inch pipe wrench. And to be sure, it was a very effective attack, though it did have its limits. One of which was due to the fact that I was using a relatively low-quality pipe wrench from Harbor Freight. So it seems pretty clear that I need a better tool. I asked my friends if they had any candidates. My friend Tony offered the use of his 8-inch Wang. Now, normally, an 8-inch Wang would be more than enough for any standard job, something like laying pipe, but it just doesn't get enough power for what I want to show you. And as you can see, being only 8 inches long,
only 8 inches,
seen much use. Then my friend Trevor offered the use of this one. It is 10 inches long and rigid. Like Tony's Wang, a 10-inch rigid is more than enough for most sturdy jobs, and it'll likely do well, but again, it seemed a little short for me.
He does love his jokes.
Size, I was offered this 14-inch Johnson by my friend Ron. Now, it might be long enough, but you'll notice this bend at the head of the tool. It's my understanding that quite a few Johnsons have a bend in them just like this one. And I'm
sometimes the bend
awkward or even uncomfortable.
Sometimes it can be nice though.
To avoid bent Johnsons.
Sometimes bent Johnsons help you like get better, you know.
Of his 4-inch long King Dick. Now, I think we all know that 4 inches isn't really enough to get the job done. I tried to tactfully tell him, and he was quick to point out that if you play with it, it does get a
it's a grower, not a shower.
But only about 1/4 to 1/2 inch. Not enough for our purpose. To his credit, though, Nick's offering did remind me that I, too, have a King Dick, and it might be perfect for the job. My King Dick, however, is a full 36
inches too much
long. Now, I've used my King Dick to lay pipe in the past. You can clearly see that it's well used and it can be extremely effective. But I've never shown my King Dick on video or publicly, so I feel obligated to issue a few words of caution. When using a tool this big, you have to be really careful.
Yeah, you do.
The power of a 36-inch tool should never be underestimated, because if you carelessly swing around a 36-inch King Dick, you can do a lot of damage, maybe even...
There's some talented pipe layers out there. I mean, a talented pipe layer, it doesn't matter the tool, they can get the job done.
36-inch King Dick is capable of inflicting.
Only a bad pipe layer blames his tool. I can't deny the effectiveness though of the 36-inch king dick. It does work.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that my 36-inch long king dick is a supremely powerful tool. But as I was testing it out, Mrs. Lockpicking Lawyer walked in and watched me work. Afterwards, it was suggested that my king dick wasn't a particularly versatile tool. She then challenged me to get into her beaver using nothing but my king dick. Since I never back down from a challenge, let's go give that a try.
Yeah, that's sometimes what that's like, actually.
As you saw, getting into Mrs. Lockpicking Lawyers with my king dick wasn't particularly hard. And I'll admit to being a little surprised to finding some semen inside. Huh. I don't think this semen's mine.
It's so funny. Like, why? What was the need for that, you know? It was so funny. I love myself a good dick joke, and like especially one that just goes long enough that it goes from being like, okay, it's tired now, to looping back around to being funny again. Now it's also spooky month, so we got to have some vampire related memes from good old Thor Pirate Software, and then we'll get into news stuff because I gotta be quick today.
Garlic is associated with antiplatelet activity,
Yes.
which means it may help prevent blood clots from forming, meaning that garlic simply makes you easier to drink.
And flavorful.
Vampires are using garlic to season you.
Yes.
That means that the idea that garlic wards off vampires is a trick by Big Suck.
Trick by Big Suck.
It's true.
It's very true. And don't pretend like I'm not bought out by Big Suck, you know? I'm always impressed with plumbers who can take on a 36-inch king dick while the pressure vessel bulging from the outside. Yeah, 100%. But yeah, I'm very much compromised by Big Suck. But yeah. My mom keeps texting me. Ow, my fucking knee. Yes. Let me get some music going again. Music. Let's go. More Silent Hill music. Woo. So the news out of from Hurricane Helen was not the best. This is a lot of storm surge. So this is what that kind of storm surge looks like, you know. Just that's not really a survivable situation, right? So like that's what people have been dealing with, is this sort of horrific nonsense. So like, suffice to say, people are having a rough time. And specifically in the Appalachian Mountains, which people in mountains that are like 3,000 miles inland don't really deal with hurricanes, so they were very unprepared, especially because they weren't really, the forecast wasn't accurate to how bad it was going to be until I think like the night before. Like most people in North Carolina had no idea. I do have friends in the area. Luckily, they're all safe. That's where you want one of those lifeboats that can roll all the way over and roll back up, right? Yeah, 100%. Or just to not be there. But like, you know, in the mountains of North Carolina, you normally don't get hurricanes. It's nowhere near where hurricanes normally are. It's way inland. It's up in the mountains, so like, well, you do get some flooding, especially like, you know, in the spring when rivers and stuff flood. There's a level of like what you're used to, right? So when they ended up getting much bigger flooding than they were expecting, it washed a lot of towns away. I think some dams broke and failed. There's a bunch of towns that are just gone now. Hurricane fact, one has never crossed over the equator ever. Yeah, that's because of how the prevailing winds work. It like pushes it the other way. Probably also haven't been any that have, or probably fairly rare if they've crossed the prevailing winds north of that too. Going the other way. But yeah, so this is Asheville, North Carolina. For all my Spooky Dookie fans, this is near, what's it called? There's a haunted estate nearby, allegedly haunted estate nearby. I can't remember, the names escaped me because my brain is made of mush right now. But the estate seems to be fine, but the rest of the town, because it's up on a hill, but the rest of the town and village are like gone. So like, not great. So again, like all of these people, their homes are gone, all of their belongings are gone. A lot of folks in the area, they don't have power, they don't have electricity, a lot didn't have cell service until recently. It's, you know, not great. Here, let me open that. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's what Steph's talking about. So I guess they do kind of cross there's prevailing winds that are like here. Warmer colors and great stronger winds. Nice, so that's from until 2013. That's really cool visualization though. So if you want to be safe from hurricanes, you gotta be like here. Very, very few spots that are like fully actually safe. I love just seeing like weird like years. There's not that many, but there are some that have hit us. It's random ones that make it all the way to Europe. Yeah. Definitely. I've heard people talking about like, oh, like Ireland has had a couple here and there and then just super not prepped for, because that never happens, right? And this is the interstate highway, a big transportation route. So this is the road, I think it's the highway between North Carolina and Tennessee, if I remember right. You can see like lots of flooding, lots of sections where it's like collapsing. Make bigger Twitter. You can see like all of that's collapsed. You can't like, that's not safe to drive on. Super flooded out. Like, you know, not great. That the entire interstate is just not functional at all. And then if that's not enough, in Georgia, they're also dealing with a chemical lab on fire. So Georgia's dealing with this. That shit's definitely toxic. And I have friends in that area too. So I'm not not super jazzed about that one. But yeah, so it's really awful to see like so many people displaced. I will say there's been a lot of like misinformation out there about it. So I will be clear that Biden approved money for FEMA before the hurricane even made landfall. So there's been some help out there. I would say definitely if you can donate to like Red Cross or local organizations, please do. It's definitely better than when Trump decided to withhold FEMA aid for a couple days for manipulation reasons. Hi, Kat, welcome on in. But yeah, just do what you can, reach out to people, and I would just warn people, like, don't make it partisan. There's progressive people in every state. I don't like seeing liberal of center people being shitty, being like, oh, well, they shouldn't have voted for Republicans or whatever. Keep in mind that gerrymandering's a thing. There's queer people in every state. There's marginalized, disenfranchised voters in every state. And even then, Republicans don't deserve to die in a flood. That's, like, everyone deserves help. Also, if someone is in a situation where they have no food and shelter, and they find some food in a building, that's choosing not to die, and that's fine, actually. Calm down, please. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Since when does voting Republican make hurricanes target you? Yeah, because, like, it has nothing to do with anything. But yeah, so I would just say, like, just be aware that no one deserves to be in that situation, and if people are doing what they have to survive, Target has insurance, and also all that food's gonna go bad anyway because all the banking is down, there's no power, everything's gonna spoil anyway. You might as well let starving people fucking eat it. Jesus fucking Christ. So, I don't want to hear anyone saying anything to anyone about looting during a crisis that bad. Like, I didn't like it when people did it during Katrina. Don't fucking do it now. People, like, to me, it is ethical to steal food if the other option is you dying. I don't really care. People before laws. So yeah. Also, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get through everything I want to cover on this, but so since I've last covered stuff, I do want to like discuss at least the breaking Israeli news in the last like 5 days or however long it's been. Because on Friday, so last week I think I covered that Israel started attacking Lebanon with pager explosions and with walkie-talkie explosions, all of which are terrorism, right? Like, if you're hurting civilians and making civilians scared, and you're hurting healthcare workers, that's actually unacceptable. That shouldn't be controversial, and somehow is. But don't randomly, indiscriminately bomb people, and just because you say it was all like, if you're like, oh, well, if they were blown up by our bombs, then they're not innocent civilians, that's like rhetorically defining civilians out of existence. That's bullshit. It's only terrorism when brown people are suspected of doing it. Incredibly sarcastic. Yeah, like 100%. And it frustrates, I'm gonna take this off because it's making my leg hurt. Just because it's warm and I've been wearing it too much. But yeah, the things that Israel had already been doing in Lebanon were horrific, and then they decided to bunker buster bomb 6 apartment buildings to kill one dude, which, look, I'm old enough that I lived through the War on Terror. In fact, it only ended, earlier this year, last year? But I lived through the heyday of it, right? Where America was being criticized for, drone striking terrorists who were at family reunions or at home with their families or at markets or whatever. And the American government would just fucking bomb people surrounded by, innocent bystanders. And we criticized the fuck out of that. So same energy, right? I'm not okay with doing that. I don't care what this one dude did. The children living in that apartment building didn't fucking do anything wrong. So don't blow them up. It doesn't seem complicated to me. Don't bomb residential neighborhoods and cities. Don't bomb civilians. That shouldn't be controversial or complicated. Given that it's literally international law. However, that bunker buster bombing of residential buildings, first of all, that was on Friday, I believe. Netanyahu was at the UN when he ordered that strike, which to me puts the entire validity of the UN into question. If someone can break international law in the UN building and face no repercussions at all, then what the fuck is the point? The entire point of the UN was supposed to stop shit like Nazis. And now it can't stop shit literally like Nazis. Russia bombed 3 hospitals, I think, and the UN EU is doing fuck all. Of course they're doing fucking nothing because it's not in the news anymore. They only do things that are fucking expedient. It's so goddamn annoying. And they won't do anything. So I'm just so mad that you can't say we want a ceasefire and then do absolutely, it's like telling someone not to bully their brother, but you're letting him beat the absolute shit out of him out of his brother without giving him any consequences, without grounding him, without taking anything away. You're still buying him lollipops every 5 minutes. And you keep giving him sticks to hit his brother with. What? You can't say you don't want him to hit his brother if you keep giving him sticks to hit his brother with. Fuck off. That's not how consequences work. And you can't just enable shit. Fuck off. So there were people who walked out in the UN.
Talking of Israel and the conflict that is now the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, about to address the General Assembly. Let's listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, order.
But yeah, just folks flooding out of the building, out of the hall. Not enough in my mind.
What we're
but
seeing, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people walking out of the General Assembly.
But yeah, fucking walk out. Don't give an audience. Touch louder? Sure. I can also make the music a little quieter. Sorry, I'm used to sometimes Twitter videos are the loudest thing that's ever been invented.
And the conflict that is now the Prime Minister
That
of
should be
Israel,
better.
Benjamin Netanyahu, about to address the General Assembly. Let's listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, order.
There should be more of this. Fucking walk out.
Order, please.
What we're seeing, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people walking out of the
Terry asked
General
for order.
Assembly, and the moment in which
I think
Benjamin
that's the
Netanyahu
speaker?
walked in to address his, to give his address.
But booed all of
perhaps a
those
sign
diplomats that are
of
still
the
there.
taking of the temperature as to how.
Yeah, fuck Benjamin Netanyahu. Fuck him. Dude should fuck off. So, then his actual, what he said, is this shit. Oh, I didn't switch. Okay. They placed rockets in schools, hospitals, apartment buildings, and in homes.
They fired those rockets and missiles after they placed them in schools, in hospitals, in apartment buildings, and in the private homes of the citizens of Lebanon. They endanger their own people.
Yeah, how do you fit a fucking missile in an apartment building? Literally how?
They put a missile in every kitchen, a rocket in every garage. I said to the people of Lebanon this week, get out of the death trap that Hezbollah has put you in. Don't let Nasrallah drag Lebanon into the abyss. We're not at war with you. We're at war with Hezbollah, which has hijacked your country and threatens to destroy ours. They fired.
So he's saying a missile in every kitchen, a soup in every weapons factory. Yeah. But like, you can't. So he's rhetorically defining every residential civilian home as a valid military target, is what that is. And yes, that rhetoric is bullshit. That's completely, like, if you want to claim that, that's an extraordinary claim. It requires extraordinary evidence. Fucking prove it. Prove that there's missiles in everyone's house. Secondly, defining, this is exactly the same sort of rhetorical work at play when he defines out of existence civilians as, okay, we handed out a bunch of pager bombs, right? And if someone goes, look at this innocent civilian that got injured though, and then their response is like, well, he was a civilian, why did he have a terrorist pager? So you can never demonstrate them doing anything wrong, even when it's children. And the bitch of it is that Netanyahu knows that the EU will eat it and ask for seconds. Yeah, he knows they're not going to hold him to account because they never have. He's doing the same thing to Lebanon that he did to Gaza. If they didn't hold him to account then, why would they do it now? It worked once. And the thing is, once people accept cognitive dissonance like that, once you start going down that path, it is so hard to recognize and back off. There's several things that play with that. There's in-group, out-group, that gets created from that, where anyone in the in-group is humanized and the out-group is dehumanized. You get some cost fallacy, and it makes it psychologically easier to believe the same rhetoric over and over and over again. He's going to do the same thing in Yemen. He's going to do the same thing in Syria. He's going to keep doing this until he ultimately, what they want to do is make a greater Israel. They want to colonize more and more lands next to theirs, and we'll get into that eventually, but like, it's colonization is what it is. They're literally already advertising Lebanese homes for sale. Like, it's fucking bullshit. So yet again, we've got, a UN human rights organization having their staff being killed by Israel while doing their jobs with innocent civilians. And the most the UN can say is like, we are saddened and outraged by our people dying. But like, will the UN do anything to stop? Because the UNWRA has also, throughout Gaza, faced this exact thing. This is exactly what happened the first time like World Central Kitchen and UNWRA got attacked in Gaza less than a year ago. Like, you're just watching human rights organizations aren't safe. If you as a state are killing human rights workers, what does that say about your commitment to human rights? It says that you don't give a fuck. As the bombing started happening, in Lebanon, it says human rights are only for those you consider human. Yeah. Exactly. So Canada is not evacuating Canadian citizens out of Lebanon who are, fucking our citizens. What they're saying is Canadians need to leave, and they're helping by offering loans to get people out of Beirut. Loans. Oh yeah, Kat. They're fully giving billions of dollars to Israel and weapons to Israel, no strings attached. But if our own citizens don't want to be killed by those very same bombs, well, you're going to have to pay us back, obviously. And the US government's doing the same thing, is only offering loans for people to be able to afford tickets on commercial flights out. And this was a couple days ago.
What the fuck? Is that a fucking cat?
Hi!
Hey, don't fucking look at me like that. That's a weird looking fucking cat.
Welcome in!
Earth to Alice 95
hello.
rated with 6 viewers.
Hello, welcome in, Earth to Alice. Welcome, Alice. Welcome, friends. Appreciate you raiding in. Hi, I'm Hellcat Azura, or Azura, and I am a variety streamer. I stream news and politics with nuance and compassion, which we're doing right now, though also some rage, because the news is frustrating. I play horror games, puzzle games, stuff I feel like. We look at memes, that sort of stuff. But yeah, welcome on in. Thank you for trusting your community with me. We're currently talking about the situation with Israel in Lebanon right now. Just sort of catching up from the last couple days. You got 6A Golden? Fuck yeah, let's go. Did you get your yeah, you got it again. Did you get like a PB, or how, cause you're back streaming again. How did it go? Was it fun? I was gonna be in there, but then I had to go to the bank, and that was a whole, with my knee, that was like a whole thing. Very well, yeah? Hell yeah. But yeah, we're covering the situation in Lebanon right now, over the last couple days as it's escalated. More people showed up than I was expecting. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, that's good. That's good to see. Fuck yeah. I know what you mean too, where you're just like, I'm expecting like 1 or 2 people, and then occasionally there's more, and you're like, wow. But yeah, so this situation, Canada's only offering loans to get people out, and the thing that's like important to note is like, this was a couple days ago when tickets out cost like $6,000 to $8,000, and also the flights kept getting canceled. So like, how? Secondly, now there's no flights out at all. Liberals are fun. They're great. I mean, better than the conservatives, but oh my god, the bar is in hell. But yeah, I'm so frustrated. Like, financial assistance to get out of a war zone. But the reason they're doing this, right, is because if they evacuate Canadian citizens, that is tacitly admitting that it's not a targeted anything, that like innocent people are at risk. You would have to admit that Israel is doing something wrong to admit that our own citizens are at risk, right? And the United States is doing the exact same thing. They're also only offering loans. That's how I found this, because this was linked in the comments of a US post doing the same thing, which is fucking awesome. Love that. Literally, why? So this is some visualization of what it's looked like. This is from Bloomberg. So we've got, this is last year, October 8th. This is what the strikes have looked like since then. Okay? Notice airstrikes. Almost none. Long-range artillery has some. Airstrikes. Fucking so many, and like what? It's not even remotely even. So, defending themselves from fucking what? Like everyone talks about like Israel's right to defend themselves. Doesn't Lebanon have a right to defend itself? Like it's a sovereign state. Is it not allowed to defend itself? What? And keep in mind also, there's context behind this. Like I've mentioned this with Gaza, is you can't just discuss this in the context of the last year, right? This conflict goes further back than that, right? You can't just start in the middle and go like, oh well, it's like when your parents punish you for like smacking your sibling even though they started hitting you, but their memory only goes back for like 5 minutes. Largest amount of strikes Hezbollah launched is lower than all but one of Israel's. Yeah, absolutely. More graphs. This is in 7 days since the 17th. So, like, what? But yeah, 104 children. Over 1,000 people dead in 7 days. So, in what universe is this self-defense, right? And that's the fucking capital city. That's all residential. So like, that's not self-defense by any stretch of the imagination, right? And the amount of Israelis dead in the same period is not even remotely close. This is numbers dead in the last year from between Israel killing in Lebanon and Hezbollah killed in Israel. All that purple is Israeli strikes. The yellow that you can't even fucking see, these tiny little ones, are what Hezbollah has done to Israel. And this is what Israel has done back. All this fucking shit. And this is just Monday. This is just Monday of like 2 weeks ago. A week ago. That's just Monday. So like, again, this is not defense. In Canadian law, right? We have self-defense as a defense. So how that works is it has to be like proportional. So if someone attacks you, you have to be genuinely afraid. And you are not allowed to escalate. So if someone punches me, I'm not allowed to stab them. I'm not allowed to kill them. You're only supposed to do enough to make the threatening situation stop. And you have to justify that in court. It's not like a immediate defense. You're also not allowed to defend yourself with a weapon. You're not allowed to use pepper spray or anything like that. If you happen to have something in your hand at the time where it's not intended as a weapon and you just had it on you at the time, that's fine, but you're not allowed to like pick something up and hit someone with it. So that's kind of the metric I go by for self-defense. It's also what I was taught in martial arts, is you're always supposed to de-escalate. That graphic's not de-escalation, that's escalation. It's very clearly one-sided. And on top of that, like, I've been deep diving this like crazy the last week, and specifically the Lebanese part of this, but like, Israel attacked Lebanon in 2006. They invaded before that. Like, Israel fucking started it. Hello, Mango. Welcome on in. How's it going? Hope you're good. I appreciate the mango. But yeah, it's just, this is clearly not self-defense, because Israel started it like fucking 50 years ago. But even if we want to start in the middle, which obfuscates things like crazy, even if we do, it's still not one-sided. It's clearly not the same. And then, so, yesterday, last night, Israel started a ground troop invasion of Lebanon. So we went from bombing civilians last week to Friday of last week, like this weekend, claiming that civilians don't exist in Lebanon and that if people want to survive, they have to leave their homes, which is ethnic cleansing. Now we have this, which is, you know, every single one of these news websites I will never trust again. Not that most of these I didn't trust anyway, like the BBC and the Guardian and the Washington Post. I haven't trusted these for ages because of how they cover sex work and trans issues. But, and the New York Times is also horrific. But see how they frame this? Israeli commandos conduct raids, right? The way that they're phrasing this specifically, it's a ground operation, right? Israeli orders Beirut residents to evacuate. So a foreign government is telling people in a city of a sovereign country that isn't them to get out or they'll get killed. How is that not an invasion? How is that not a declaration of war? Like, this is not self-defense, right? It's very much like they avoided calling what was happening in Ukraine a war for months. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have called it a war because war to me implies it being a two-way street. I tend to frame it as invasion just because it is one-sided. Though I suppose wars generally in history are not, they're not usually even anyway. But like, I would consider this situation invasion, yeah. I mean, war also, at least war would be better than self-defense or limited strike, which it very clearly isn't. Like, the situation in Ukraine is an invasion. That's what it was meant to be, and it only ended up not being that to that degree because Ukraine fought back harder than Putin thought they would. And also, Putin doesn't understand how fucking weather works. But like, this limited ground incursion. Limited. Those graphics we just saw, what was limited about that? Thousands dead in a week. How is that limited? Over 1,000 dead in a week. And that's like, and like, this is the context of that, right? So the IDF has announced the invasion of Lebanon has begun, calling it limited, localized, and targeted ground raids. The Israeli Defense Force have declared that they've begun sending ground troops into villages close to the border, right? Based on precise intelligence against Hezbollah terrorist targets. If you had precise intelligence, could you not take out those targets without fucking killing thousands of innocent people? It's fun when media at large is mostly doing gaslighting instead of informing. 100%. That's how it all sounds. Yeah, absolutely. It makes my blood boil too. I might have to, I'm going to remove that as a permitted term, but I understand that you're meaning that sarcastically. If you have precise intelligence, why the civvies? Exactly. This is not precision. And infrastructure. So that's not great. Villages close to the border impose an immediate threat to Israeli communities in northern Israel. No, they fucking don't. The IDF is operating according to methodical plan. No. Precise strikes on military targets. Military targets. Okay. Why is a residential building suddenly a military target? Because you've decided that if there's a person in the building that might themselves be a military target, then the entire building is, in which case Tel Aviv is a valid military target because it has the IOF headquarters in it. And quite literally in international law, that's not how this works. You're not allowed to target hospitals. How it's supposed to work is if an Israeli gets hurt in Lebanon, they're supposed to be able to go to a Lebanese hospital and be treated like anybody else. And vice versa. A Lebanese person in Israel gets hurt, should be able to go into an Israeli hospital and be treated like anybody else. You're not supposed to attack medics. You're supposed to let medics go out onto the battlefield and grab people and bring them back completely unmolested. Leave them the fuck alone. That's what the war crime laws say. Don't do that, right? You should be able to get medical coverage no matter what, for any reason, and they can't bomb the goddamn hospital. Period. That's how that goes. Parallel to combat in Gaza and in other arenas. This sounds like they're going to do in Lebanon what they're doing in Gaza. That would mean less death, and the IOF can't have that. Exactly. Continuing to operate to achieve the goals of the war and is doing everything necessary to defend the citizens of Israel and return the citizens of northern Israel to their homes. You mean to Lebanese land. So, like, that's ridiculous. And then, on top of that, the U.S. is sending troops, thousands of troops to the Middle East to boost security. Boosting security where? To defend Israel, says the Pentagon yesterday. So we'll be up to 43,000 American troops in the region. So fighter jets and aircraft carrier. Like, why? Why do we... We should have a ceasefire now. Then stop giving them fucking fighter jets, you asshat. Like, what? The fuck? What do you mean? This just blows my fucking mind. Like, how anyone can think this shit is remotely even or fair. And then from more of a historical preservation, they're bombing a city that's a World Heritage Site. The same people who issued condemnations of ISIS, rightfully so, for the destruction of Palmyra will be silent if Israel destroys the Temple of Bacchus. A lot of ancient Roman artifacts are in this city and are being bombed to fuck, right? Maybe if you give them every tool of war they've ever wanted to carry out ethnic cleansing with, they'll decide they never really wanted to. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And like, this city is nowhere near the southern border. It's in the north. It's in the north of Lebanon. Well, central Lebanon. So like, what the fuck? And not that I can't give a shit what the Pope says normally, but when even the Pope says you're being a dingus, maybe you're being a dingus. Maybe your dingusness has reached new heights, you know? Maybe you should fuck off. Israel's actions are disproportionate and immoral. saying its military domination has gone beyond the rules of war. Talking about Friday's strike in Beirut. Francis didn't mention Israel by name, and he was speaking in general terms, but he said that the defense must always be proportionate to the attack. When there is something disproportionate, there is a dominating tendency that goes beyond morality. A country that does these things, and I'm talking about any country, in a superlative way, these are immoral actions. He said that even if war itself is immoral, there are rules that indicate some morality. But when you don't do this, you see the bad blood of these things. Yeah. Like, you know how bonkers you have to be to piss off the Pope? Francis has tried to strike a balance in his comments on the October 7th Hamas attacks. He's called for immediate ceasefire, release of hostages, and for humanitarian aid to get to Gaza. He calls the Catholic... Because, yeah, there's a Catholic parish in Gaza. There's Christians in Palestine that are getting killed in this. I wanted to cover this as like the blatant double standard. Not just this, but also like the death counts. Because there was an attack this morning, I think like today, where Hezbollah attacked back. Or no, it wasn't Hezbollah, it was Iran. Iran bombed Tel Aviv today. And so there was like, I think 10 Israeli died. And the thing I want to say about that is, I don't like when any civilians die. But I will say, when Western media acts like 10 dead Israelis is a massacre, but thousands of dead Lebanese in a week is fine, actually, that shows who they think matters, whose lives they think matter, who they give a fuck about, right? If you say that 10 dead Israelis matters at all, and the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians doesn't matter at all, you've decided that the life of one Israeli is worth more than 10,000 Palestinians. That's what you've decided. And, I mean, at least it's fucking consistent, because every time one of these places has a small militant group injure a fucking Israeli, they're like, well, we're gonna defend ourselves by killing hundreds of thousands of your people. That's apparently what they think proportionate defense is. Like, that's like if every single time someone bumped into me on the subway, I punched them in the face. Repeatedly. That's not even necessarily a good comparison, because at least I have a disability and I'm carrying a cane and it does injure me. It causes me more pain than the person who bumped into me thinks it does. But it doesn't mean I get to beat the crap out of them. I might lightly tap them in the shins so they go around me, but I'm not going to beat the crap out of somebody because they bumped into me. It's not proportionate. So, this is a journalist talking about Mossad HQ, which is the intelligence service, think CIA, CSIS of Israel, is in the center of Tel Aviv. It's like right downtown. And so they're saying that Iran's attack is super unacceptable because there are innocent civilians that'll get hit and harmed by this. Sure, I don't disagree with that. So keep that fucking energy when it comes to bombing random ass shit in the middle of Beirut. Is it gonna hurt civilians? If yes, fucking don't do that then. And that's not taken out of context, by the way.
U.S. intel view that among the targets were Israeli airfields, but also, and this is crucial, the headquarters of Mossad, the International Intelligence Service of Israel, which is inside Tel Aviv. It's in the northern part of Tel Aviv, but it's in the city. It's in a densely populated area. And of course, the concern is if you're firing, even though Iran might consider that a military target, it is in a densely populated city with civilians around it. And that's just one more layer of escalation. The U.S. intel view.
And layer of escalation. How is that an escalation? It's tit for tat. This is a proportionate response. Like, sure, it's coming from Iran and not Lebanon, but, like, considering Israel's getting all this support from, like, Western militaries, how is this not fucking proportionate? Especially, there's been so many fucking takes of, like, oh, but imagine Israel didn't have an Iron Dome, how many civilians would have died? This is so... But they do have the Iron Dome. They have to shoot that many missiles to get one through because of the Iron Dome. Also, even though Iran might consider a military target, Israel bombed hospitals. Yes, exactly. Like, so you're even saying on air, right, that they're targeting military targets, airfields and things, and then Mossad, which is, yeah, sure, it's in a city, but it's not just like a random ass hospital. Killing civilians is the barely disguised point. Yeah, thinking at all this genuinely makes me feel unhinged. Yeah, the purpose of a system is what it does, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so Israel is intending to hit civilians, whereas Iran strikes. Every time Iran recently has retaliated against Israel, they fucking warned them and said, hey, by the way, we're gonna retaliate because you're dickheads. And, like, straight up will be like, hey, we're taking over this boat. Make sure there's no civilians on this boat, please. Sweet. And then they don't kill anybody on it, they just take it. It's not real. Like, I'm not pro-war. I think war is bad. But they're, like... being a Satanist agreeing with the Pope is wild, but, I agree with the Pope. War is immoral generally, but there's shades of morality in war, and like, you can't just attack civilians, and at least trying to mitigate the harm of the thing that you're doing is better than just being like, well, we're just gonna bomb everybody now. Because ultimately, like any power trying to be imperial, Israel doesn't give a shit about its own civilians either. No, it doesn't. It's literally, like, the whole human shields thing is projection. That's what they actually do, is the thing about that. And this is the end goal, right? The problem Palestinians have with Israelis is that Israelis are colonizers who steal their land. It has nothing to do with religion. It doesn't stop there. Israel stole a part of Syria, the Golan Heights, and won a chunk of Lebanon too. This is a real article, by the way. It's since been taken down, but there's archived versions of it. I wouldn't be shocked if Israel is putting its own civilians in harm's way specifically so they can drum out outrage when they're killed. Very likely. I wouldn't be surprised. I was gonna ask if you'd seen that article. Oh god, yeah, I have. There are, it has nothing to do with them being Jewish. There are Jewish Palestinians. Have you seen that map of Greater Israel? Oh yeah, I have. With a chunk of Egypt in it too? Egypt might want to fucking take a goddamn look. And it's got chunks of Saudi Arabia in it. Like, if they actually go for that, we're fucked. This is the archive version. There are Jewish everyone, yes. The Israeli Jews that are... It isn't a nationality, no. It's like a little chunk of Turkey, yes. Jewish is an ethnic group to a degree, but it's kind of two ethnic groups. There's the Semitic Jews, and then there's also Palestinian people are actually more ethnically related to the ancient Hebrews than European Jews, who are the other group. Turkey is totally going to be fine with that. I mean, Saudi Arabia is going to be super fine with that. But, yeah, it's talking about how the Torah says that the historical biblical Israeli boundaries, and it's saying like we're commanded to conquer these areas, right? And it's like I don't give a fuck about any of this. But yeah, so it's like the term refers to the concept of the biblical boundaries of the land of Israel as promised to the Jewish people in various parts of the Torah. It's often associated with the land described in the covenant with Abraham, which stretches from the river of Egypt, interpreted by some as the Nile, to the Peret River. This expansive region includes parts of modern-day Israel, the West Bank, Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Iraq. From Egypt to Euphrates. From the Nile to Euphrates. Like, every place where the sole of your foot tread shall be yours, from the wilderness and the Lebanon, from the river, the Euphrates River, until the western sea shall be your boundary. The complete land of Israel, or the greater Israel. So this is ridiculous. We're obligated to conquer it. So this is... I keep bringing Ukraine constantly, but like Putin fucking brought up the ancient borders of Kiev as one of the justifications of invasion. This is how it's literally the same. The thing is, it's also the same as like God commanded us to do whatever to take over. Like that's what the Seven Mountains movement is doing in America, is saying like God commanded us to make like the Holy Land or whatever. A Sudetenland? Yeah. But yeah, like it's the same in North America too, where the idea is to have like a holy land in the West that's like God's given land or whatever the fuck. And once we get into the debate, right, like I do want to cover some of the JD Vance stuff. I might have to do that after the debate because we've only got 20 minutes. But like JD Vance is deeply connected with the Seven Mountains movement, which I've covered on the channel before, but that is a movement that sees 7 pillars of society, and that Christians, specifically Christian nationalists, need to take control of those 7 pillars of society in order to create a Christian nation. So things like the church, which is why Christian nationalists have been really vocal defining Christianity as only valid if it's Christian nationalist, and defining progressive Christians out of their religion. Education, the courts, the government, I think education, all that stuff. Cannot wait for the VP debate. It's going to be a disaster. Oh, absolutely. So the Seven Mountain Movement wants to control, the family is one of them. You'll see a lot of emphasis, because right now the church they pretty much have control over. Trump did a good job of giving them control of the court, hence the destruction of Roe v. Wade. The government, that's what Project 2025 is about. The family, that's why you want to... does the Seven Mountain Movement say anything about fucking couches? No, that's the family section. But that's why they want to get rid of Roe v. Wade. They keep saying shit about babies. You keep hearing Trump say, oh, we want your beautiful babies. And trying to get people pay more taxes if they don't have children. All this stuff is based around controlling society to get what they want. The printed media is the fifth estate. But yes, media itself is one of their pillars. They've been working really, really hard to, it's difficult to control the media. So what they've been doing is just destroying media, by demolishing people's faith in the media, not just by, propagandizing and saying, oh, fake news. They do that too, but also by flooding the internet with bots, by fucking up Twitter, by AI generated shit, wrecking credibility. Yeah, exactly. Where they make it impossible to trust anything you see. And so people tend to, in that situation, they don't go like, they don't try harder to figure out the truth, or they don't pay. The goal isn't to make them believe you. It's to just go, I can't believe anything. I'm just opting out entirely. All you have to do is make people exhausted enough that your people are the only ones engaged. They just get exhausted. Exactly. That's the same thing with their election strategy, is to just make people on the left and center left or center or even center right just so exhausted that they stay home. And that's why they keep doing shit with, like, so earlier, I think it was this weekend, Tim Walz went to a football game, and the right-wing grifters are out there sharing a Photoshop picture of Tim flipping someone off in the crowd with his fake story, where verified pictures from a different angle of the exact same moment is him just pointing off that way into the stands. It's completely fine. He just Photoshopped his finger over. It's like, I could do that. That's not even hard. But it's also really obvious because the finger's not the right length. And your knuckles you can't point like that. Your hand crumples different because of the way the tendons are attached. So it's like super obvious. But the thing is, people who already know it's fake, but it's just meant to make you tired over and over and over again. And tonight there's no fact checking either. The candidates have to fact check each other. So it's going to be a lot of Vance saying bullshit and Walz having to cope with a torrent of bullshit. Someday I'll wake up to the news that every AI data center is mysteriously blown up and I will feel true contentment. Yeah. I mean, these AI data centers are also destroying the environment, taking all the electricity out of countries that actually need their power for fucking literally anything else. And it's divesting skill and wealth. The wealthy don't need skill to make more wealth, and the skilled, now their skills won't get them anything anymore. I love my late guzzling misinformation machine. Yeah. Venture capitalists get displeased, fads die. Yeah, well, I mean, they just pump and dump stuff. That's like literally what NFTs were. We're just an unregulated, like NFTs and crypto were just an unregulated stock market that they could just pump and dump forever. Venture capitalists are getting pretty displeased with AI of late. Yeah, it's because they were hoping it would be another tech bubble to ride, and everyone fucking hates it, and it doesn't do what they thought it was going to do, so it's useless. But yeah, so lest you think I'm anti-Semitic, the fucking loudest anti-Zionist voices I know in person are all Jewish, but yeah, they're also attacking Syria and Yemen right now, not just Lebanon and Gaza. Yeah, they struck in Beirut. Largest mass displacement in Lebanon's history. The military forced around 1 million people from their homes. 100,000 are escaping to Syria. In Gaza, they murdered a journalist while also bombing a school. The Israeli military killed at least 25 Palestinians and many others were injured. In almost 1 year, the Israeli government has killed at least 42,000 Palestinians. In a piece for The Guardian, a professor, Devi Sridhar, estimates that 335,000 people in Gaza could die from the military's genocide. So yeah. Water isn't a human right, it's a machine, right? It's sick and twisted that a genocide is being carried out in the name of the people who were victims of the most well-known genocide in history. Yep, because instead of going never again to anyone, they went never again to us. That's the problem with an apartheid ethno-state. It always ends up like this. As soon as Israel was a Jewish state, it was always going to end up like this. Not because there's anything wrong with Jewish people, it's because any state that's set up as an ethno-state, where one group of people, by virtue of how they were born, have more rights than everybody else, this is what happens. Every fucking time. Apartheid South Africa was like this. it wasn't expansionist, but it was like this. It was genocide within its borders. Literally all of North America was exactly like this. Like, Orange T-shirt Day was yesterday. This is what we did to the First Nations people, and are still fucking doing, right? Because the residential schools may have ended, but we're still taking Indigenous kids from their homes through the foster care system. And a bit of history. The Indian Act, which was the racist, it's basically anti-Indigenous Jim Crow in Canada. That is what first criminalized sex work in Canada, because Indigenous people were doing it. And it's still refusing to decriminalize sex work starts in anti-Indigenous hatred. Yes, absolutely. And it's Indigenous women and girls who are disproportionately sex workers because of their marginalization, disproportionately face the harms of criminalized sex work. Yeah, like we're still doing this, and that's why our governments will never call this shit out, because we can't even recognize our own crimes without this. To acknowledge this, it would be to need to recognize our own crimes, and like we'll never do that. Like, there's a reason the people speaking out against Israel right now, the loudest, are South Africa and Ireland and Barbados and other countries that have been through this, because they know this, right? But yeah, we need to have a complete weapons embargo. We need to fucking actually stop this. Acknowledging imperialism requires acknowledging your own. Yeah, you can't, because then it's hypocrisy, right? And it would also mean acknowledging the, like, 50 some odd years that we've been enabling this, because this didn't start last year. Western governments have been enabling this for forever. Also, Western governments, speaking of sex work, we talk a big game about how we want to end trafficking. I mean, only sex trafficking, because who gives a fuck about actual labor trafficking, even though it's 90% of actual trafficking. Only sex trafficking is sexy and alluring enough to care about. But for those who don't understand Swahili, these women are saying their bosses fled and left them behind and even refused to give them their passports so they can't evacuate. Some were left or locked in the houses. Some were killed. This is the situation of African workers in Lebanon. Abandoned by bosses fleeing the war, Kenyan domestic workers trapped in Lebanon cry for evacuation. Now, I'm not going to actually play the video because I don't want to play anything that fucking triggering. But just know I've watched this video, and it's a bunch of women screaming and crying because they've been abandoned to this nightmare by their bosses. Literally, Israel is fueling trafficking. Has government talking about trafficking ever actually been helpful with trafficking? Not really, honestly. So I'm just going to play 2 more videos, and then we got to pop over to the debate, and then I'll go over more advanced stuff after that, probably. But I just wanted to play, like, fucking thank you, Jagmeet Singh, for saying something. The people of Lebanon are facing the deadliest violence the country has experienced since 2006. That's an important date. Hundreds have been killed, including children. Now we've learned that 2 Canadians have also lost their lives amidst this violence. All violations of international law must stop. The Liberal government must evacuate Canadians, push for de-escalation, and actively help pursue peace. This is the first and only place I've heard about Canadians being killed in this. This is it. The news isn't fucking covering it.
Before I begin, I want to take a moment to reflect on what's going on in Lebanon. What we saw with the bombing was one of the worst casualties that Lebanon has experienced since 2006. And it's become very clear that we are witnessing violations of international law.
Thank you.
Committed by Netanyahu and his government.
Thank you.
Hezbollah. And I'm really worried about the escalating conflict, the potential for an escalating conflict in the region that could mean the loss of countless lives. And so that's why I believe Canada needs to do everything it can to stop the escalation of violence and to evacuate all Canadians in the region. Before I begin, I want to take a moment.
And now he did say violations by Hezbollah, and that's fine because that is true, but speaking clearly about the violations of international law by Israel is so fucking important. And he probably knows that Zionists were never going to vote for a brown man anyway. So I'm glad he fucking said something. And then also Hassan covered the news as well. And he did a good job of giving some context to a friend of his who doesn't really understand the context. We're gonna watch that, and then I'm gonna leave some of the stuff to cover another day. Maybe we'll start next week with just covering a little bit. I don't want to do too much because I want to get into gaming, but yes.
Where's this at? This is Beirut. This is Lebanon. This is Lebanon's capital with 2.5 million people living in it. Well, it's probably a larger number now because a lot of the Lebanese population that was in southern Lebanon have had to escape into Beirut because they thought that would be a safe territory for them.
What are they running from?
Israel. Israel's bombing the shit out of everywhere.
Wait, what?
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important country in the world, the most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet.
I can hear the sass.
Ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Israel's justifications for it is
I don't understand either, Alice.
One of the parties inside of the Lebanese parliament, which was created as a resistance group against Israel the first time Israel invaded Lebanon, and occupied it for years, and then successfully fought back against Israel and removed the Israeli invasion from its territorial boundaries, and then did it again in 2006, is lobbing rockets into Israel in a tit-for-tat
Wait, are you
border.
saying Israel's trying to expand?
Yes. That's
Yes.
what I'm saying.
Does everyone know this?
So late. It's all good. It's all good. We're about to do the VP debate.
Our tax dollars are helping them?
Yeah.
Well, I want my money back.
Yeah, good luck.
Oh my god. Are they bombing civilians?
Yes. Like a shit ton, yeah. Of course. Who do you think lives there? These are just residential buildings. Yeah, there's babies in those buildings. There's mothers in those buildings. There's elderly people in those buildings. And they fucking destroyed them. And killed like 300 of them. It's
Sometimes I vaguely wonder if the port explosion in 2020 was connected to Israel somehow. There's been a lot of debate on that. You're not the only person I've seen speculate on that. I don't know, but
possible where they don't like their goal is to just like destroy the normal existence of people there to make it unlivable.
Isn't that kind of the definition of terrorism?
yes,
Yes, it is, and they are doing that. They are doing
correct.
terrorism.
But part of why I wanted to share that is because of the context of Israel has invaded Lebanon multiple times. Like, actually straight up just invaded multiple times. Like, just straight up just like invasion. Where they, sorry, I'm trying to get this window open. They just decided that they wanted to take that land. They came out that it was. I would not be surprised now. Me either. So ads are gonna play. I'm going to run them now. Because I want them to be done by the time the debate starts. I can't really do anything about the ads though. So yeah, the invasion of Lebanon's like a whole thing. And the situation in Israel is going to cost Kamala and Walz a lot of votes because Kamala keeps fucking saying heinous shit. And it's gonna cost her Michigan because there's a lot of people from Palestine or have family there that live in Michigan. There's swing states that she could lose, or probably will lose, if she doesn't say something more substantial. And similarly, the election coming up eventually in Canada, Trudeau is going to lose some seats due to him not speaking up about Israel. He's also lost seats because he's not pro-genocide enough, and there are some ridings that are heavily Zionist, but I keep getting this terrifying, surreal Sour Patch Kids gum ad. Oh my god, that's horrifying. I'm so sorry. I mean, it is spooky month, so I guess it's fitting. Scary candy ad. Okay, y'all are back. Y'all are back. Let me get this started. And I'll stop the music.
There are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there.
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
People with disabilities fight to stay out of institutions. Oh, do I have some things to fucking talk about that at some point?
J.D. Vance, Tim Walz, the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate, moderated by Norah O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan. Tonight at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on CBS.
8 Eastern? Oh, it's in an hour.
We're to turn this whole country red with President...
And also says 9 here.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Because when I looked it up, it said 7. So when is this starting?
Hello,
Whoops.
I'm Lindsay Reiser. Welcome to a special Vice Presidential Debate edition of America Decides. It's 7 p.m. on the East Coast, and we are just 2 hours away from the only planned VP debate of the 2024 election. I'm here in New York alongside my...
2 whole hours. Okay, I'm 2 hours early. Sick. We can cover other shit in the meantime. So I guess I can talk about Palestine some more. Because when I first looked it up, it said 7 p.m. Well, that's helpful. Because I have other shit that I gotta do. God damn it, I'm gonna be rating. I'm sorry. I mean, I will have the VOD up as well. Who wants to watch Shrek? Oh my god, Steph. What is wrong with you? I love you to death, but what the fuck? Oh, Will still lurk? Okay, appreciate it. I've never seen it. You've never seen Shrek? The first Shrek movie is actually legitimately very good. Even the second one is pretty good. I actually had to watch them in a university class. It was a class on mythology. We also watched Princess Bride. It was kind of amazing. I think you would love Shrek. Did see Puss in Boots? Hell yeah. Why are you like the world chat in FF14? It's, okay, actually, Kat, I can answer that. Do you want to know why Steph is like the world chat in FF14? Someone spent several hours covering the entirety of Shrek. So, the reason is being chronically online. And in Steph's case, I mean this in the least toxic way possible, but too much time on Reddit, all right? Chronically online in like the most, I don't want to say degenerate because it's a fascist word, but you know what I mean, in the most like bonkers. Steph, you asshole. I wasn't expecting that, you penis. You got cat though. You got cat worse than me. Shit talk me, will you? I saw that and I still jumped. Fucking Christ. I will talk shit if I want to, and I will deal with the loud noise in my ear. Okay. Let's cover some more Palestine stuff then. Because I have a little bit left, and then we'll do a like an hour and a half deep dive of JD Vance because he also pisses me off so badly. Reddit can be alright if you meticulously curate your subs. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm on Reddit, and there's a few subreddits I enjoy now and then, but they're usually like small, well-modded, tiny communities. If you're in all, yeah. But also, Steph's on 9gag, which is just bad. But yeah, so I will say, like, too angry with local shit that's happening. I don't think I have room left for more angriness, but sending love. I appreciate it. Thank you for the lurk, Okari. I appreciate you so, so much. Yeah, local stuff is also angry and exhausting. I haven't covered Doug Ford on here in a bit, and when I get there, oh boy. Or Pierre Polyev, oh boy. But yes, I take care of your mental health. I appreciate the lurk. Take care of you. I appreciate it a lot. Reddit is the last bastion of being able to receive search results that correspond to what you want. Yeah. A lot of time when I want good Google results, I just add Reddit to the end of my search, and it wildly helps. It's weird. Also, Steph, we should think about dinner, because I'll probably be eating on stream. And I probably should eat before the actual debate starts. Fuck Doug Ford and his shit-ass car brain Toronto spite complex. Oh my god, so Alice, did you hear that he wants to help deal with congestion in Toronto, he wants to dig a tunnel under the 401. He wants a commuter tunnel that you can drive in under the 401. And the proposed length is twice the currently existing longest in the world. And he thinks he can do it cheaper somehow. Because the previous tunnel is too close to finishing, I see. Yeah. He wants to make the 401 2. What the fuck? Yes! Keep in mind, at its widest, the 401 is 18 lanes wide. That's not going to help. And we have the 407 that's never used. All we have to do is fucking buy it back from the random ass company we sold it to, leased it to for 99 years. An abomination before God. It absolutely is. It's horrific. I'll believe him after the Eglinton LRT is run it, yeah. But we could just buy the 407 and it would fix things. The amount of people who fall for the obvious AI Photoshop propaganda on Facebook is wild. Yes. The thing I will say about that is a lot of those people who are falling for it the worst are older and don't necessarily, they're not looking that closely. So like AI stuff, most people don't look into things deeply if it already confirms their pre-existing biases. So if you're just kind of like quickly scrolling by and not really paying attention, a lot of this stuff can be missed. And I will fully admit, I've fallen for AI before. Now, not anything of consequence. It was like AI art that looked like it wasn't AI art. Steph had to point out to me that like some of the line weights were different and some of the choices didn't make sense for a human artist. And I was like, for fuck's sake. Some of these things can be more subtle. And that's if you're looking for it. If you're not looking for it, or it follows the narrative you have for understanding the world, which is how everyone understands the world, is through narrative building. And like, we're all at risk for falling for that stuff too. Like, I've seen a bunch of like fake, there was like a fake AI ad for Israel selling homes in Lebanon. They are doing that, but like the ad was like fake. It was the orange man, but only his top half on someone fording flooding. In this case, it was pretty obvious. Yeah, but I mean, at that point, it's not really about what's true and what's not true. It's about what feels true in the context of your narrative, right? It's the same reason why, like, this is part of why some people are, like, supporting the stuff in Israel, because it supports their narrative of their lack of nuance and their black and white thinking of Jewish people as forever victims. Whether they're coming from the perspective of a Jewish person who feels victimized all the time, which in some cases, like, yes, anti-Semitism is real, but sometimes there's some white fragility mixing in there as well. In a very complicated way, because Jewish people don't have uncomplicated access to white privilege. But it very much reminds me of when, like, white women act like forever victims. Because, you know, they have their white fragility mixing with actual sexism and they, like, can't fucking handle shit. So it's like a mix of that shit. Or it could be coming from the perspective of, like, Jewish people should be victims, XYZ, or whatever the fuck. But yeah. People think of in the world in a certain way, and then they accept anything that matches that narrative without really looking into it too much. For some people, the narrative is more important than the actual literal truth. The same reason why, right, when you see people saying that Jewish people who are anti-Zionist they're fake Jews or self-hating Jews and not really Jewish, it's because people's in-group, out-group thinking is so powerful that it trumps actual first principles, right? So the principle of don't do a fucking war crime isn't what matters. It's in-group, out-group. So if a war crime is committed to the in-group, it matters. If it is committed on the out-group, it doesn't matter. And these in-group, out-group dynamics end up so powerful that even someone who should be in the in-group, if they disagree with that dynamic, they're kicked out into the out-group, and then they don't matter anymore. Which is literally what this is. The first tenured professor fired for pro-Palestinian speech is Jewish. In case anyone still thinks that Zionism is about protecting Jews. Mara Finkelstein was terminated by Muhlenberg College for an Instagram repost. This was like 5 days ago. Thank you, Saribot. I appreciate you. You are a good bean. Very good bot. But yeah, this is the thing. So, you know, not even own speech, a repost. Yeah. Oh, I can't read the full article because it's got a massive pop-up that won't go away. But, you know, that's how it be. You can get fired as a tenured professor, which is supposed to protect you from being fired for most reasons. Fired over an Instagram repost. Like, Jewish, fired for having an opinion on Israel. That isn't pro-genocide. So, again, these in-group, out-group dynamics are more powerful than anything else. It's why you get Jewish people who, not Jewish people, Zionists who are Jewish, who will, because wrong thing, exactly. They will be okay with agreeing with neo-Nazis who you think they would be against, but because it's following their in-group, out-group dynamic narrative, they don't mind. Because they take whatever narrative is prime, and they're okay with having Nazis in their group because they're agreeing with what they're saying. It's fucking baffling. But you know, this is how it be. It's illegal to not be a terrible fucking person now. Honestly, it feels like it. Jon Stewart with his take, because I adore Jon Stewart so much.
There have to be other ways of achieving de-escalation without all this respectful exchange of missiles.
Historically,
that part is generally followed by years of sorrow and bloodshed.
Yep.
And we know there have been opportunities for de-escalation, but Netanyahu did not seem particularly interested in it. Oh my God, I've criticized Netanyahu. What have I done? Go ahead.
The people who are criticizing the prime minister, it is shameful, it is pathetic.
Criticism of the war is shameful, and it gives comfort to Hamas. You know who might be surprised to hear that? The Israelis, who are unbelievably critical of the war and Netanyahu.
See, and this sort of thing is also why when people are like criticizing the Israeli government is anti-Semitic, I'm like, I don't even think the Israeli government represents all Israelis, let alone non-Israeli Jews. Like, I'm fully aware that you can criticize your own government. I don't hold every American citizen responsible for the actions of the Trump administration, right? Like Alice, you're American. You're great. I don't think Trump and you have anything in common other than you're currently standing in the same technical geopolitical border. Thanks, you're welcome. Or even most. I doubt most people love being at war. Yeah. To sin I bear constantly. Yeah. I mean, you're honorary Canadian, so at least you're on the path to redemption. I would say, like, I wouldn't be able to say what proportion because it is an apartheid state, so it's like, it's complicated to know where things are, but I would say probably there's more Israelis critical of their government than not. Even just because I understand how people are, and it's ostensibly a democracy, and people tend to just not like their democratically elected leaders for whatever fucking reason, because they're never going to be perfect.
Yahoo. You heard what he said? He said, Does anyone have a Google Translate on what he said?
The Prime Minister did not look the public in the eye and tell the truth. That he won't bring the hostages alive.
It's a total failure. The Israeli government. No strategy, no vision.
He is trying to do everything to prevent a deal.
He don't have any intent to end this war.
Netanyahu is lying as he breathes.
What anti-Semites? The former Prime Minister of Israel and Defense Minister are.
Yeah, so that's not even just random ass people. That's former government saying that the government sucks. Even people who want a politician most dislike them anyway, because fuck politicians. Exactly. But, like, you know, clearly Netanyahu doesn't give a fuck about the hostages, whereas the Israeli people do care about their, you know, loved ones and shit. So, they're not going to be particularly pleased. So, I also want to cover, especially if Kat's still here, Israel also bombed a power plant in Yemen 2 days ago. What, hi? Yes, I figured this would be what you care about. This is gonna drive you insane. I can just say Kat and you're like, hello? So yes, Israel bombed a power plant in Yemen. This is what someone from the EU said when Russia did it to Ukraine. And it applies, it should be the same.
On civilian infrastructure, with a clear aim to cut off men, women, children, of water, electricity, and heating, with the winter coming, these are acts of pure terror. And we have to call it as such.
Yes.
This is a moment to stay the course, and
yes,
we will back Ukraine for as long as it takes.
Maybe.
Targeted attacks on civilian infrastructure, with a clear aim to cut off men, women, children.
And the EU still largely did fuck all there too, despite the fancy words. Agreed. They did nothing, but they can't even manage the fancy ass words for Yemen. What the fuck did Yemen do? International politics are so fun. They're so fun. It's so nice watching them say empty things about the people that are politically expedient to support but not actually support them. And for everyone else they don't even get those crumbs. They get fucking nothing. Give them nothing. But it's just infuriating to me that the West cannot even at least admit it's the same thing. It is, because it's exactly the same fucking thing. I don't get it. I mean, like, emotionally, I don't get it. Logically, I understand that there's a whole manipulation fucking bullshit thing going on, but it's so infuriating in every way. Yeah. North America gave weapons to Ukraine, right? So why are we giving weapons to Israel but not Palestine? Because we're hypocrites. Also, considering the, the Jewish National Fund finally lost its tax exempt status, I believe. It finally the government finally fucking did something about it. This is reporting from CBC. What does it say? In 1989, 35 years ago, everyone knew about Canada's complicity in the covering up of Israel's war crimes. Despite this, it took Canada 35 years to revoke JNF's charitable status. They revoked charitable status now. This episode that I'm about to show you aired a year before I was born. This footage I'm about to show you is older than me by a full year. It came out on the 15th of October, legitimately a week shy of a year. Thanks, Saribot. I gotta turn the music down because it got loud again.
But the young men who... Canada Park is steeped in controversy and haunted by hatred. It's a lush oasis that was paid for by Canadians, Jews and Christians, but hides an Arab past. But the young men who race their bikes here pass within a few feet of Palestinian graves. This is all that remains of Imwas, a Palestinian village, now erased from the map. On the other side of Canada Park, the remains of another village, Yalu. Just beyond the hills of the park was Beit Nuba, and in its place sit the trailers of a new community, an Israeli settlement. The three villages were leveled by the Israeli army. About 10,000 people were driven out. The names of the Canadians who gave $15 million to build the park are displayed at its entrance. Their money was donated to the Jewish National Fund, an agency affiliated with the Israeli government. The JNF's plantings provide a shady respite amid the ruins, but can't conceal what the Israeli army left behind. The destruction of what used to be here was protested by then Israeli parliament member Yuri Avneri.
By putting that park there and calling it Canada Park, you gave a Canadian cover-up to a war crime.
Dr. Zaid was furious when he discovered that people in his new country, Canada, were collecting money to put a park over villages that neighbored his own, and that those donations were tax-deductible. The Canadian JNF may believe that none of its money was spent in occupied territory, but it is hard to see how it could be avoided, because Canada Park, according to every map we could find, appears to be entirely within occupied territory.
The area is much, much nicer now than it was before.
Well, the people who lived here before they were thrown out might not say that.
That's their prerogative, definitely.
So, like, this isn't new. So, like, people saying, like, oh, since October 7th. Well, you've been fucking doing this for the last 35 years. Israel has been harming Palestinians longer than I've existed. And Canadians have been funding it longer than I've existed. But before I was a cum shot in my dad's balls, this shit was happening, right? I just can't. And tax deductible, and no one doing anything about it at all. Did you have to phrase it like that? Bless you. I mean, I hadn't been conceived yet. Dad hadn't made me yet. The egg probably existed, but the rest didn't. I know you did. I had to. But yeah, like, they finally got far enough in oppressing the Palestinians, they felt confident people couldn't stop it and were bolden to just not even try and hide anymore. This shit is older than every living member of my family. Yeah. I don't even think it's that they weren't trying to hide it anymore. I think it's just like finally people are vocally upset enough about it that they're not letting people do like the JNF get away with this shit anymore and have it be tax deductible because people are rightfully starting to get pissed off. Also, I will say, I'm gonna add we're gonna do this because this is a thing you can do to support the UN RWA as well. Do your daily click. Sometimes I forget. Not forgetting today. Just a click there will send some money, and you can do it on the mobile, desktop, and incognito. Israeli behavior, not the removal of yeah. Oh yeah, they just think they can get it. They can be as brazen as they want at this point. Yeah, for sure. Lurk for food headache. Okay, take care of yourself. I appreciate it. I do a click with my game check-its. Fuck yeah, appreciate that. But yeah, this has been a thing for forever, right? And I'm not back. Always appreciate. Yeah, I appreciate you too. Go take care of yourself. I hope the headache goes away. I hope the food is good. Say hi to Lauren for me. But yeah, it's just, this has been a thing for forever, and I'm so incredibly fed up with the framing of everything and the propaganda and the double standards. And I originally wasn't gonna cover like the genocide and the occupation that much because I didn't feel like I had that much to add to it. But I've since become more informed, and I feel like at the very least presenting context is something that I can do. I'm not great at breaking news or covering like there's this many deaths per day. Like I don't really want to just be, I'm not a newscaster. I like to give like commentary and stuff. More voices always help, even if not a new perspective, right? I mean, yes, but initially I just felt like I was worried about saying something that would make the situation worse. And I didn't have anything to say that I thought would be helpful. And like just listing numbers of deaths per day, while important, was just not like, I wanted to cover like sex worker stuff that's not really covered as much. But at this point I think the thing which changed my mind about trying to be more outspoken and covering this more frequently is seeing how much Islamophobia was just rampant online. That I couldn't really, like, the actual context of the news, I could amplify other voices that could cover that better. But as far as, I think, being the age that I am and having lived through the situation in Iraq and Afghanistan, the invasion that America did in Iraq, and the post 9/11 racism and shit, like, I feel like because I lived through that, it's giving me more awareness than someone younger than me might of like this repeating rhetoric of Muslims are terrorists over and over and over again, and this dehumanizing of Arab people, because not all of them are even Muslim. A bunch of them are Christians. But, you know, The Christian nationalists will claim how the Christians are victimized throughout the world, but if it's a brown Christian, no one gives a fuck. They're good enough to be rhetorical devices, but not enough to actually protect them when they're getting bombed. Even when nothing freaking comes from it, looking at you, America versus Iraq, yeah. It's like... And by nothing, I mean proof of terrorism or weapons of mass destruction or whatever. Yeah. I mean, we were talking, like, Vanphy, me and you were talking about this, like, 20 years ago. Me and you were having these discussions and getting in trouble because I guess we were too smart for our age. Like, criticizing this stuff. Like, Vanphy and I's family has always talked about this stuff and been very open about it. I was talking about this with our dad last night. For like 6 months of occupation, it was kind of clear. Yeah. But it's just so baffling to me. And I cannot for the life of me grasp emotionally that this shit's happening again. That the exact same Islamophobia that happened in the wake of 9/11, like, it's worse now than then, I think. Which seems weird. Like, I feel like I'm making that up, but, like, it feels worse to me. Like, the rampant dehumanization feels worse because it's not just on the right that's doing it, but it's the left, too. People who should be speaking up and saying, no, you can't dehumanize an entire ethnic group like that. Collective punishment is not fair. It's not okay. You can't do that. People who should know better aren't. And I think that's what makes it feel so much worse. That, like, I'm literally seeing people who are, like, progressive on other topics that, like, don't get this when they really should. An issue I thought we'd solved, I mean, not solved, but it made solid progress on. The same way that we're starting to see, like, homophobia come back. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Why? Why are we doing this again? You know, like, maybe it's growing older, but at the same time, everyone in the last almost decade, everyone feels more segmented, more tribalistic. I think it's just, like, since the pandemic, everything's gotten fucking weird. I'm now Lurk, but have a good evening. I appreciate it, Kat. I appreciate you. Have a good Lurk. Thanks for being here. But yeah, I just... Since the pandemic, a lot of people have been super, the social contract has kind of fallen apart. And the us versus them narratives and the in-group, out-group dynamics and that sort of, people have been pushed further and further apart, especially as we spent more and more time online, which means more time with algorithms that push us into extreme silos. Where, like, progressive people are like, you know, you don't use the exact right online term for something and wow, you're canceled, and it's like, for fuck's sake. And a fucking 70-year-old drag queen saying the word transsexual is not the end of queer rights. Canceling a 70-year-old drag queen for saying transsexual is the end of queer rights. Actually. It's just, it's so frustrating. But yeah, I have one more section of videos to cover for like context on the situation happening with Lebanon. It's also a really good teardown of Israeli propaganda because it's the same shit that's being used now. I'm doing the same thing for, well, 20 years because this is from 2006. So this is Sky News. This is someone taking down propaganda live on air. And I think this is like a really good breakdown of that. And then after that, I have to go to the bathroom. And then we'll pivot to American stuff. And I'll have to take a break too, because I have to do a work thing real quick. But before that, we'll do this. So, George Galloway was invited onto Sky News and utterly destroyed their propaganda. Here's a thread of the entire exchange, beginning with him exposing the reporter for what she is.
Joining me now is a man not known for sitting on the fence. He passionately opposed the invasion of Iraq, and now he feels that Hezbollah is justified in attacking Israel. The Respect MP for Bethnal Green is in our central London studio. A very good evening, good morning rather, to you, Mr. Galloway. How do you justify your support for Hezbollah and its leader, Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah?
A preposterous way to introduce an item, and what a preposterous first question. 24 years ago, on the day my daughter was born, and I've just celebrated her 24th birthday, I had to dash to the maternity hospital to see her given birth from a mass demonstration in London against the Israeli invasion and occupation of Lebanon. Israel has been invading and occupying Lebanon all of my 24-year-old daughter's life. The Hezbollah are a part of the Lebanese national resistance who are trying to drive, having successfully driven most Israelis from their land in 2000, Israel from the rest of their land, and to get back those thousands of Lebanese prisoners who were kidnapped by Israel under the terms of their illegal occupation of Lebanon. It's Israel that's invading Lebanon. It's Israel that's attacking Lebanon, not Lebanon that's attacking Israel. You've just been carrying a report of 10 Israeli soldiers on the border getting ready to invade Lebanon, and you ask us to mourn that operation as if it were some kind of war crime. Israel is invading Lebanon and has killed 30 times more Lebanese civilians than have died in Israel. So it's you who should be justifying the evident bias which is written on every line on your face and is in every nuance of your voice and is loaded in every question that you ask.
Right.
Because again, like, doesn't Lebanon have a right to defend itself? If Russia invading Ukraine meant Ukraine could immediately respond militarily to defend themselves, does Lebanon not have the right to do the same thing? Does Syria not have the right to do the same thing? Does Iran not have the right to do the same thing? If Israel keeps fucking destabilizing the region. The beginning question was such a fucking leading question. Exactly. It's framing the narrative on purpose. It's deciding, it's starting with a premise as already accepted without having to prove it first. And George Galloway did an excellent job at saying, absolutely the fuck not. I'm not going to stand for you starting the framing of this debate. I'm not just going to respond to your question. I'm going to critique the way you're even starting this. And again, we're talking about 2006, Israel invaded Lebanon. In 24 years before that, so 82, Israel invaded Lebanon. Took thousands of prisoners. That means Lebanon's allowed to fucking do whatever the fuck it wants within international law to get their fucking people back. Rather than saying, what are you supporting or whatever, saying these are terrorists, why are you supporting terrorism? Like, yeah. It's, and the thing is, again, we're gonna get into the thread of, because it's like the full segment, but Hezbollah is part, it's part of their parliament. It's like a political party. Like, yes, there is a more militant, like activist wing, but they're not necessarily fully related, and just because you're in one doesn't mean you're in the other. But also, like, again, coming from someone, they're going to bring this up, but as someone who is of Irish heritage, right? It's not a perfect one-to-one thing, but do I think the Irish are justified in trying to get the English out of their land after thousands of years of colonization and genocide? The potato famine was a fucking genocide. There are more Irish people in diaspora like me than there are Irish people living in Ireland. Like, that's a genocide, right? So, do I think that the IRA should be bombing civilians? No, but do I understand where they come from? And do they have a certain amount of justification for attacking, at the very least, English military? Yeah. Yeah, they kind of did. Not 100% saying this, but I am not against tit for tat being terroristic or violent or whatever to get civilians back after you are unprovoked aggressed against. Yeah, like, I am not for harming civilians in any way from any side, but I am against demonizing one side as terrorists for doing a thing and then giving whole, full-throated, full-chested justification to another side for doing the same or worse, right? There's a limit, obviously, but like the military getting repelled is not terrorism. That's the thing. That's just war. If you sign up to be in the military, if you get shot as a member of a military doing a military operation, that's like, again, I don't like war at all, but there is nothing that doesn't violate international law. You're allowed, unless obviously they're surrendering or in the process of getting like medical attention, or you're bombing civilians to get to them. But, you know, a military operation on like invading into your, like on your side of the border, if a foreign military is inside of your borders doing military things without your say so, you're allowed to fucking shoot them. That's why you don't do that. Like, that there's literally Lebanon shooting Israeli soldiers inside of the borders of Lebanon is not a war crime. In fact, shooting Lebanese soldiers on the Israeli side after the invasion starts, also not a war crime. Hurting civilians, yes, and I don't appreciate Hezbollah doing that. But again, this is constantly telling brown people they have to denounce this, that, and other act by some group, as if everyone has like collective responsibility for these things, but not expecting every Jewish person to denounce Israel. Which I don't do that for either, but if you're gonna do one, you have to do the other. That's how that fucking works. Brown people have to follow the law as Israel commits war crimes also, bleh. Yes, and I fucking hate that. That's not how this should work. Here, the reporter regurgitates the propaganda that Hezbollah are evil terrorists. Galloway again destroys her, pointing out it's Israel and Zionists who are the genocidal terrorist occupiers, while Hezbollah is a mass social and political resistance movement. Now, does Hezbollah also do terrorism? Yeah, but also the context matters, right? And I don't like this whole like, oh, destroys like debate shit, but it's very important to, when you're on news coverage like this, to push back on this kind of framing.
Why should America be allowed to give long-range missiles to Israel, including hundreds of nuclear missiles, but Iran
because
is not allowed to give missiles?
Because it's given it to a terrorist organization.
But they're not a terrorist organization. Only in the mind of Rupert Murdoch's Sky and the Times and the Sun and the News of the World.
I'm going to stop you there, Mr. Galloway. Prescribed terrorist organizations. One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. We know that perfectly well. In most people's eyes, they are deemed to be. They had a choice, didn't they? Let's understand this. They had a choice, like the IRA, to take on politics.
Listen, Anna.
I'm saying they had a choice to absorb the idea of politics. They've got two Hezbollah cabinet ministers.
Anna, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. You are totally wrong in saying that in most people's eyes, Hezbollah are terrorists. In most people's eyes, Israel is a terrorist state. It's the fact that you cannot comprehend that fact that leads to the bias which runs through all of your reporting and every question that you've asked me in this interview.
Can I ask you one question? I was relating to the IRA and Sinn Féin. They have decided to embrace politics. Hezbollah had the chance to embrace politics. They've already got two cabinet ministers. They're well respected in the south.
Politics. They are.
That's what I'm saying.
People of the south
If you
of
listen to
Lebanon.
me, I'm saying they've got 2 cabinet ministers already. They had a chance to do that. Why did they need to capture and kill Israeli soldiers on the border? Surely that sets back their ambitions to be a political force inside a democratic Lebanon.
Look, because Israel occupies their country and holds thousands of their compatriots as kidnapped hostages in their dungeons. It's really very simple, except if you think only in a clock that goes back 4 weeks. If you know, and you're old enough to know better, that this origins of this conflict are not 4 weeks or 4 years or 14 years, but are decades old. You want people to think that the crisis started when the clock started ticking on Sky News.
No, I don't
The
at
people
all.
in Lebanon
I want to
know
ask you
differently.
one...
Yeah, and it's the same thing. Like, this is the exact same stuff that happens now, is saying that it's a terrorist organization, constantly framing them as terrorists, and starting the clock at a convenient time. Because if we started the clock in 2006 instead of October 2023, would the conversation be different? Right?
Well, as usual, you have prompted a huge email response both for and against you, Mr. Galloway, so we'll leave it there. I have to say that some people might find it offensive when more families are mourning their dead to hear you say that it was a bloody good hiding. So
You don't give a damn. You don't even know about the Palestinian families. You don't even know that they exist. Tell me the name of one member of the 7 members of the same family slaughtered on the beach in Gaza by an Israeli warship. You don't even know their name, but you know the name of every Israeli soldier who has been taken prisoner in this conflict, because you believe, whether you know it or not, that Israeli blood is more valuable than the blood of Lebanese or Palestinians.
Yeah.
That's the truth, and the discerning of your viewers already know it.
And we can see that in the coverage now,
Well, as usual,
right? Like, the coverage that I showed you earlier is the exact same thing of, like, constantly being like, oh, like, these Israeli families are mourning. Or there's this, they're targeting Tel Aviv. Isn't that horrific? Okay, but you didn't give a shit about targeting people in the middle of cities 2 days ago. Like, fuck off. You clearly don't give a fuck. And acting like you give a fuck. And it's been the exact same this entire time. And I'm so glad that finally people are speaking up about it. Like, finally we're actually doing something about this shit. I'm just trying to make sure, because I don't like scrolling on Twitter, because you never know what the fuck you're gonna see these days.
yeah, I want to ask you one final question. Do you think that the 4 weeks that we've seen, as you mentioned, the 26 days of this crisis, has set back Hezbollah's ambitions? Not only are Israeli soldiers now over the border. Let me finish. Would you mind letting me finish, please? Not only are Israeli soldiers over the border in sizable numbers, but also their claims to be a good political organization to help a democratic Lebanese government with the Syrians who've also now left an independent state. That has also come to blows as well.
What a silly question. What a silly person you are. Hezbollah is winning the war. You can see it on the other half of the screen. Hezbollah is more popular today.
That was not my question.
Hezbollah is more popular today in Lebanon, amongst Christians, amongst Sunnis, amongst Shiites, amongst all Arabs, amongst all Muslims, than it has ever been. It's Israel who's lost the war, and Bush and Blair, for politically organizing the war, who've lost politically. This is a defeat for Bush and Blair and Israel. Everybody but you can see it.
I hate having to think about George W. Bush again.
Is it a setback?
I resent it.
That Hezbollah was set up in order to get Israeli soldiers off Lebanese soil, that there are now more Israeli soldiers on Lebanese soil than there were 26 days ago?
Well, they seem to be getting a bloody good hiding on the other half of the screen that I'm watching. You can't see it, but I'm watching them getting a bloody good hiding in the war. So if that's a success, I'm not sure what a failure would look like. The reality is that this conflict will go on. The United Nations resolution solves nothing, gives Lebanon nothing, gives the prisoners in Israeli dungeons nothing, and as Anne Clewid, my erstwhile colleague, was just saying, Israel has just kidnapped even more Palestinian politicians, cabinet ministers, members of parliament, and thousands of others held in Israeli dungeons.
And that's the thing, right? When people talk about the Israeli hostages, they just say the hostages. Okay, well, what about all of the fucking Palestinians and people of other countries that are in Israeli jails, right? Do they not fucking count?
And this war will continue until the overall settlement is reached. That settlement must mean Israeli withdrawal from all occupied territory that it currently holds since the war in 1967, the release of all political prisoners, and a state for the Palestinians with East Jerusalem as its capital. No justice, no peace. You're not going out of business as a newscaster in Jerusalem anytime soon.
Yep, and he was right about that. But like, this whole thing, it's been the same exact propaganda this whole time. For like my entire life.
Right, you put your finger on the button though, didn't you, when you said that Hezbollah was set up back in the 1980s in order to remove every Israeli soldier from Lebanese soil. As you said, it achieved that in 2000.
No, it didn't.
This is a setback.
No, it didn't. This is a key point that you're concealing from your viewers. Israel was forced out of most of the south of Lebanon.
Yeah, most is not all.
2000. It still occupies.
Which is what he said the first time.
Since 2000.
The Shebaa Farms area, which is subject to this latest UN draft resolution.
Thousands of Lebanese prisoners have been kidnapped by Israel. Hezbollah
I spoke just a moment ago to the Israeli Foreign Ministry spokesman who said that the 3 Lebanese who have been captured, perhaps you'd like to use that word, have been before a judge
These are
and
not
been
the
through
prisoners.
a court of law.
Oh, please, have a slightly longer memory than 4 weeks. I'm talking about
So
the thousands of prisoners taken during the 18 years of Israeli occupation, illegal occupation of South Lebanon. These are the prisoners that have to be released in exchange for the Israeli soldiers that were captured at the beginning of this wave of the crisis.
Can I ask you about a report that's in today's Sunday Telegraph, which showed that Iran has given Hezbollah long-range missiles capable of targeting any part of Israel. Iran, according to this Iranian MP who helped found Hezbollah, has also said that Iran has given the authorization to target Tel Aviv. Can you blame Israel for wanting to destroy those missiles?
This is preposterous. America has given Israel missiles that can target not just every city in Lebanon, but every city in the Arab and Muslim world, including Iran. Why should America be allowed to give long-range missiles to Israel, including hundreds of nuclear missiles, but Iran
because
is not allowed to give
it's given it to a terrorist
missiles?
organization.
But they're not a terrorist organization. Only in the mind of Rupert Murdoch's Sky and the Times and the Sun and the News of the World.
I'm going to stop you there, Mr. Galloway.
But again, saying they can't defend themselves because you've defined them as terrorists. But like, well, we've decided that Israel and Lebanon are different. We've decided Lebanon is evil. So you're defending evil people. You can't do that. That's evil. Well, okay, but who decided? You just arbitrarily decided that they're evil. That's not, like, the rhetorical work going on here is like a whole fucking thing, right? It's to arbitrarily just decide that one group is evil and therefore anyone who tries to help them is evil. You're deciding who deserves to win before you even started, right? Like, it's a profoundly unfair and dishonest way of fucking doing shit. I'm gonna do a quick BRB, I think, just because I have to do a work thing and I have to go to the bathroom, and it's gonna take me a second because of my leg. So I think I'm gonna do that now, and I'll run like a longer ad break. So as long as it's on the BRB screen, you're not missing anything, because I have to do some quick stuff. Because yeah, with my leg, it's just gonna take me forever, and I don't want to have to pee when the debate starts. So where's my BRB screen? So yeah, I will be back by 8 o'clock probably. Probably sooner. It'll probably only be like 10 minutes, but yeah. Yeah, I will see you in a bit. And we're back. That took longer than I intended. I am sorry. It took me like twice as long as I thought it was going to. That's okay. We have food now. And we're gonna talk about JD Vance, unfortunately. Food, yes. Welcome in, Pint. How's it going? How you doing? What food that? It's mozzarella sticks. Because I can't eat things. It's been going? Yeah. I can imagine. I gotta take this off my leg. And fuck you, I've indulged craving for butter tart 4 times since your stream a couple weeks ago. Looks delish. Thank you. Oh my god, I got hiccups. Oh no. I swallowed wrong. My body hates me. And the feeling is mutual. But yeah, would it make you feel even worse, Vampy, that I encouraged maybe there to be some butter tarts for my birthday? Maybe. Just a couple. My ongoing pay issue seems to finally have a resolution. Regrettably, resolution requires me to go across the city tomorrow. Oh god, that sucks. I love it. I already knew Thanksgiving was gonna be like that. Yeah, I mean, there's always so much food, especially because there's gonna be so many people there this time. I'm sorry that it requires so much travel, Pint, but I'm glad it's resolved. I super duper also hate having to travel the city. For really any reason, but especially just for like to resolve someone else's bullshit. I was up last weekend and Dad gave me a pie, chocolate chip banana bread, and bread loaf to take home. So like, I want a bread loaf. His bread is so fucking good. Between not being able to exercise because of my leg and all of the food that I'm gonna eat at my parents' house, it's gonna be a time. The best. It's so good. He's such a good cook. Anyway, so we're gonna look at my favorite Reverend cover JD Vance and talk about who JD Vance actually is. This is a video I meant to share from a while ago. This is like 2 months, 3 months old. 2 months. But it's a very good video, and I think it gets to the heart of like who he is, so you'll be able to see a lot of this stuff when he's debating. I think it's important to have these like sort of like background videos to sort of prime. Here, I'm just gonna pause the music so we can hear this.
What he did and why so many Appalachians fucking hate him. So JD Vance's original claim to fame was his New York Times bestseller, Hillbilly Elegy, a memoir of a family and a culture in crisis. And I really want you to pay attention to that tagline there, because it is very, very important. So before we get in on JD Vance, I want to tell you a little bit about my history. I promise it is relevant. So for the sake of transparency, I did not grow up poor. I've been poor my entire adult life. I did not grow up poor. My family was pretty solidly middle class. My mother was a nurse. My father was an occupational therapist in a nursing home. Both were college educated. And in Appalachia in the 90s and like early 2000s, you could make a decent living that way. But my father grew up pretty poor. His childhood was tumultuous, and he mostly lived with my great-grandmother because his father was an alcoholic. And my father has maintained a disdain for the poor. After all, he pulled himself up by his bootstraps. He got out. Why can't everybody else do the same thing? It is a mentality born of his shame. JD Vance is this mentality on steroids. He spent one summer in Appalachia with his mother, who had addiction problems and mental health problems, and he had a bad time, and he made it his entire fucking personality. Because he was ashamed. He was ashamed that that's who his mother was. And Hillbilly Elegy is very, very sneaky. Because I actually don't doubt that he had a bad time with his mother. I don't doubt that she had addiction problems and mental illness. I think that what he is saying in this book about his, lived experiences in his childhood, I don't think he's actually lying about that. He may have exaggerated, but I do think there is legitimate childhood trauma. The issue is that he takes this trauma, his own personal lived experience, and uses it to paint an entire region with a broad brush. Remember how I said it's important to pay attention to this tagline? It's because he is connecting these two things. His family is in crisis, and instead of acknowledging long-term exploitation, the effects of poverty on mental health, the complicity of corporations in the opioid epidemic, the conclusion he comes to is that Appalachian culture is degenerate. Appalachia has turned away from the God-ordained hierarchy. It has not assimilated itself fully into whiteness. It is a culture unfit for supporting the family unit. And this degeneracy has led to their poverty. And the only thing that will save them is the venture capitalists. They just need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and stop being such lowlifes. I did it, and so should they. And if the phrase degenerate culture sounds familiar,
Hi, Lauren. Thanks for, I know you're not staying, but thanks for the lurky lurk and saying hi.
For that. I think J.D. Vance's mentality is best summed up in this book, What You're Getting Wrong About Appalachia by Elizabeth Catt. Men who shirk employment and women who lack the appropriate amount of shame for their illegitimate children populate the world of elegy. Instead of attending church, the people of elegy worship material desires beyond their means and use welfare fraud in the service of their doomed pursuits. This is the reality of our community, Vance writes. It's about a naked druggie destroying what little of value that exists in her life. Our homes are a chaotic mess. We scream and yell at each other like we are spectators at a football game. At least one member of the family uses drugs. Sometimes the father, sometimes the mother, sometimes both. At especially stressful times, we'll hit and punch each other, all in front of the rest of the family, including young children. Vance's use of the word we transforms the personal reality of his difficult childhood into a universal experience. The broadest point made by Elegy on the basis of this experience is that public policy can help, but there is no government that can fix these problems for us. These problems were not created by governments or corporations or anyone else. We created them, and only we can fix them. The argument that corporations did not help create the problems of Appalachia is stunningly ahistorical, but not even the most problematic claim Vance makes. The National Review, which employed Vance as an occasional contributor, was positively gleeful about the book's release. Their review, one of the first, all but explicitly congratulated the author for at long last proving that white Appalachians have, quote-unquote, followed the black underclass and Native Americans not just into family disintegration, addiction, and other pathologies, but also perhaps into the most important self-sabotage of all, the crippling delusion that they cannot improve their lot by their own effort. The American Conservative also helped sustain the first wave of publicity for the book in the summer of 2016 and took particular relish in republishing comments from liberal-leaning and non-white individuals in praise of it. Would you believe, columnist Rod Dreher excitedly shared, that two other liberal correspondents who wrote to praise Vance are black and gay? One of them is an immigrant, and both identified Vance's discussion about moral agency among the poor as critically important. For many conservatives, the beauty of Elegy was not just what it said about the lot of poor white Americans, but what it implied about black Americans as well. Conservatives believed that Elegy would make their intellectual platforming about the moral failures of the poor colorblind in a way that would retroactively vindicate them for viciously deploying the same stereotypes against non-white people for decades. After writing his book, Vance became involved in politics. He won his Senate race in his home state of Ohio and has consistently insisted that the blame of the opioid epidemic in Appalachia is due to undocumented immigration. This gained him a great deal of favor in the Republican Party. And make no mistake, this guy is like an alt-right weirdo. He's trad cath. He's like Nick Fuentes adjacent. And here's the thing, like I said, Hillbilly Elegy was sneaky. I understand why a lot of people fell for it, but we have been talking about it for so long. We all saw this coming, and being accused by, frankly, a lot of liberals of just being mad he aired our dirty laundry while we were trying to explain what this book actually is. It was really disheartening.
Yeah, so I think it's just important to have like that sort of a context for who he is. Yes, murdering him in my mind also. But I think having the context of him taking this very personal trauma and generalizing it to demonize an entire community is also like pretty common amongst fascists, but it's sort of set the trajectory for who he is, especially politically. It's that demonization of immigrants and thinking of people as degenerate is fully why he does the like anti-immigrant fascist bullshit now. Like it's all of a kind, right? So I just thought that was like kind of a good take, especially from someone from Appalachia who is very progressive, compassionate, won't just immediately jump to the unnuanced, he's just lying about his background. I think it's important to understand him in a nuanced way of like recognizing his trauma because of how that leads to this sort of thing, like the whole hurt people thing, right? It doesn't justify it, but I think it helps us understand also when we see other people going down that path of like, just because you had a negative experience doesn't mean that an entire group is like that. Like that sort of generalization is also how racism works. I had a negative experience with one person of color means everyone of that race is irredeemably like responsible for that. It's what Islamophobia is. It's what the collective punishment of Lebanon and Gaza are, is this generalization of I had a bad experience with one person or one small subgroup of this group, therefore they're all collectively responsible. So you'll see this continue over and over and over again, and he'll be thinking, okay, this entire community is drug addicted and poor and degenerate, and keep in mind, degenerate's a fascist piece of shit word. You have to figure out why, and he always goes to, well, because they're not Christian enough. They have fallen into sin because of a lack of faith, and then trying to get as fundamentally Christian as possible in order to then basically heal them from their sin or their degeneracy. For him, those are the same thing. And for a lot of Christian nationalists, that's what that is, right? Let me see. But yeah, gotta hate those fascist piece of shit words, the real things that deserve to be bullied. Yeah, well, cause like, you get that a lot in the, framing as queer people as degenerate, right? It's like, we are inherently living in sin, so we need to be corrected, and that comes out in various ways of like, well, no kink at Pride, we can't show them the most sinful aspects of our culture. We have to show ourselves as thanks, Pint. We have to show like, as I saw that one, it still got me a little. For Spoopy Month. Yeah, Spoopy Month. But yeah, it's just like, you know, the appeal to respectability is like pseudo-fascism. It's just doing the fascism for the fascists. It's saying like, hey, we gotta like hide the our sin, it still acknowledges that it's sinful, right? Or the idea that like trans people are groomers or whatever, it's that we're sinful, and like listening to rock music, our being who we are invites Satan into other people's lives, invites sin into other people's lives. It's this idea of sin as contagion, that the demon in you can possess me. And we have to be as pious as possible to prevent this proliferation, sorry, I can't talk, proliferation of degeneracy or sin, which then leads to this bullshit. To understand J.D. Vance, you need to meet the Theo Bros. These extremely online young Christian men want to end the 19th Amendment, restore public flogging, and make America white again. On July 15th, when former President Donald Trump first appeared at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, he brought along 2 new accessories. One was a large bandage covering his ear. The other was Ohio's first-term Senator J.D. Vance, who was about to debut as the GOP vice presidential hopeful. I do love when I make a silly joke and you're like, no, you were correct. I was making a silly joke about bullying words. Well, yes, but also fascists need to be bullied. We need to bully people who say shit like degenerate. 2 days later, after paying tribute to his wife, the child of immigrants from India and their 3 kids, Vance portrayed a vision of America that resonated deeply with Trump voters. America is not just an idea, it's a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation. To many viewers at home, this seemed like the stuff of a boilerplate, patriotic stump speech, but the word shared history lit up a far-right evangelical corner of social media. America is a particular place with a particular people, Joel Webbin, a Texas pastor, wrote on X. This is one of the most important political questionings facing America right now, posted former Trump administration official William Wolf. Answer it wrong, we will go the way of Europe, where the native foreign populations are being displaced by third world immigrants and Muslims. Answer it right and we can renew America once more. So like, by shared history, like, do white Americans have a shared history with Black Americans, Indigenous Americans, or do they have their own unique perspectives? Saying that America only is shared is dog whistle for white supremacy. And you can see the white supremacists heard it. Vance was embracing one of their most cherished beliefs. America should belong to Christians, and more specifically, white ones. The American nation is actually a historical people, says Stephen Wolfe. No relation to William. The author of the 2022 book, The Case for Christian Nationalism. Not just a hodgepodge of various ethnicities, but actually a place of settlement and rootedness. For this group of evangelical leaders, Vance, a 40-year-old former Marine who waxes rapturous about masculinity and women's revered role as mothers, was a perfect tribune to spread their gospel of patriarchal Christian nationalism. For years, graying, khaki-clad evangelicals have faithfully made the rounds of conservative events. However, as Wolf writes, these men in wrinkled short-sleeved golf shirts sitting plump in their seats are yesterday's Christians. Amongst younger activists, they inspire rolling eyes, the embodiment of an ineffective boomer approach. In their place, a group of young pastors hope to spearhead a Christian nationalist glow-up as they eagerly await a Christian prince to rule America. These often bearded 30 and 40-somethings have suits that actually fit. They're extremely online, constantly posting, broadcasting YouTube shows from man caves, and convening an endless stream of conferences. Let's call them, as one scholar I spoke with did, the Theo Bros. For all their youthful modishness, this group is actually more conservative than their older counterparts. Many don't think women belong in the pulpit or the voting booth and want to repeal the 19th Amendment. Prison reform would involve replacing incarceration with public flogging. That quote about rootedness is just, ugh, yeah. A public flogging because, you know, Jim Crow was too progressive. Let's go before that. Unlike more mainstream Christian nationalists like House Speaker Mike Johnson, who are obsessed with the U.S. Constitution, many Theo Bros believe the Constitution is dead and we should be governed by the Ten Commandments. In American Reformer, their unofficial magazine, hagiographies of Spanish dictator Francisco Franco appear alongside full-throated defenses of countries that execute gay people. On podcasts, they unpack the perils of multiculturalism, expose Burning Man's wicked agenda, and peel back the nefarious feminist plot of Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is the most white-bread, milquetoast white feminist that's so ineffectual and nothing. And they're scared of her. So imagine how they feel about us. Burning Man, yeah. Let's be the art Coachella in the desert. Like, Burning Man hasn't been progressive in a while. It's just a bunch of rich people doing drugs in the desert. That's all it is. In The Case for Christian Nationalism, one of their seminal texts, he writes that in an ideal Christian nation, heretics could be executed. So not just Satanists like me, but like just even progressive Christians would be fucked. The rise of the Theobros worries more mainstream religious conservatives. Janet Mefford, a former Christian radio host and journalist who tracks their ascendancy, says her community is alarmed to see an extremist movement gaining traction. I'm not sure what the end game is other than they want to advance Christian nationalism, but a lot of us find that terrifying. The strategy is bottom-up. They aim to convert small American towns into Christian enclaves, but it's also top-down. Some are working to position themselves close to the locus of federal power. Vance, a Catholic convert married to a Hindu, would seem an unlikely hero for a movement of devout Protestants who believe in homogenous America, but over the last few years, his political orbit has increasingly overlapped with the Theobros. His public echoes of their ideas are beginning to sound less like coincidence and more like dog whistles. God, the ick of these fuckers? Yeah. And they all have, like, the worst jawlines of all time. And beards to hide them. It's just like male contouring. It's hilarious. Among those dog whistles signal the major themes of this election: hypermasculinity, declining birth rates, ethno-nationalism, and no small measure of carefully curated misogyny. If you want to know some of the actors who red-pilled Vance or those who flocked to him, you need to meet the Theobros. So, Douglas Wilson, Joe Webbin, Josh Abitoy, Andrew Isker, William Wolfe, and Brian Suave. Not very suave, though. They're not an official organization. They identify with the 16th century French theologian John Calvin, who spawned a rigid and deterministic form of Protestantism. Julie Ingersoll traces the current movement back to J.R. Rushduni, an Armenian-American philosopher who popularized the idea of Christian nationalism and homeschooling in the 70s. Also, example 90,000 of American trad cats being closer to Protestants than Roman Catholics. Of fucking course it's Calvin. Yes. Also, trad cats, yes, are more close to Protestants than Roman Catholics, to the point that there is currently a schism in the Roman Catholic Church of trad cats and these Christian nationalists converting to Catholicism, sort of defecting against the Pope. It's a wild deep dive, even just on its own. Out of Rushduni's movement emerged two camps: charismatic Christians, known as the New Apostolic Reformation, and the Reformed Protestants, which include the Theobros. They share a goal of creating a Christian nation, but differ on key points of theology. Adherents of NAR believe God is still speaking directly to people through pastors who've declared themselves apostles and prophets. The Theobros believe that God said all he needed to say in the Bible. Many also are proponents of postmillennialism, the idea that believers can hasten Jesus' return by fighting against the satanic forces of liberal excess. Aaron Wren, an Accenture consultant turned Christian pundit, has described our current era as a negative world where Christians are persecuted for their beliefs. Andrew Isker calls it trash world. So again, we're not schism in our lifetime, and it's not even that important. That's not concerning at all. Well, the thing is, it will be concerning, it will be important. It's just not obviously important yet. The point is to try and take over the Catholic Church from the Pope, who, as I said earlier, was speaking on behalf of, not doing war crimes, to the Theobros, who, by the way, they all support Israel. Because of the whole, this bit right here, they can hasten Jesus' return by fighting against liberal excess. part of that involves getting the that greater Israel to exist so that the Jews can rebuild the first temple and then all die so that Jesus will come back. Fucking course, I fucking hate my ex-employer. You work there? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. But yeah, post-millennialism is a whole fucking shit show as well. But just know that a lot of right-wing support of Israel is A, because they want to get all the Jews out of America and it's a place to scare them into leaving to. It's an example of an ethno-state. And because they want to make a white ethno-state, so it's an example for them. And second, and lastly, it's supposed to bring back Jesus somehow. It's part of their weird apocalyptic bullshit. Like all self-respecting millennials, the Theo Bros have little tolerance for boomers, with the exception of their patriarch, Douglas Wilson, a 71-year-old pastor in Idaho. Wilson also is involved, I believe, in the Christian patriarchy movement and Quiverful. He's like responsible for a lot of homeschooling and people beating their children. Like spare the rod, spoil the child shit. Accenture does consultation work, but also has a call center clients. I worked there for a while. That sucks. I'm so sorry. Call center is the worst. When he was younger, he imagined himself going to a family business, Christian bookstores, but after a stint in the military, he moved to Moscow, Idaho in 1975 to study philosophy, where he became involved with his Jesus People, a mashup of evangelical and hippie culture. He founded the Christ Church with the congregation over which he still presides that draws crowds of 1,300. He turned the college town into his own Christian kingdom, found a college, a publishing house, and a school, one of the nation's first classical Christian schools, where students exclusively study the Western canon, so all white. Embraced Calvinism in 1988, remade his church from freewheeling Jesus People into something more sober and buttoned up, where women couldn't be church leaders and the only music allowed was hymns and psalms. In the 90s, he launched the Association of Classical Christian Schools, which had 502 member institutions as of March 2023. It was hell, they deep throat blockchain. We used to have so much training about it, despite the fact that I was a customer support for Presto. Oh my god. And blockchain is nonsense. His influence has not been without controversy. In 2021, Vice expose, former members alleged that ministers had encouraged them to stay in abusive relationships. This tracks with Wilson's 99 book, Fidelity, How to Be a One-Woman Man, in which he wrote, "The sexual act cannot be made into an egalitarian pleasuring party. A man penetrates, conquers, colonized plants. A woman receives, surrenders, accepts." For that, I mean, dude has never heard of a gay bottom or a fucking lesbian top before. For that reason, Wilson wrote, "The dynamic of a dominant man and a submissive woman is an erotic necessity." Wilson called allegations of the church urging women to stay in abusive relationships categorically false. He's also promoted another form of dominance in 96. Book, Southern Slavery as It Was. Wilson and his co-author argued that the master-slave dynamic was a relationship based on mutual affection and confidence. There's never been a multiracial society which has existed with such mutual intimacy and harmony in the history of the world as that of antebellum South. In a 2020 blog post, Wilson said he now allows that while the benevolent master is not a myth, the idea of the horrific taskmaster is no abolitionist myth either. Buddy, I think you have a kink. That's the thing. A lot of them do. And they're generalizing their own personal kinks into just being global because, again, they're this kind of Christian. They're so fucking stuck in their weird puritanical bullshit. Their kinks come out in really weird ways. Things like this convince me that I'm mentally stable. We're mentally ill in at least pro-social ways. Like, there's degrees of stuff, right? When I asked Wilson about his controversial statements, he likened himself to a chef who strategically deploys jalapeno peppers. Then some of my enemies online have come through my writings and gathered up all the jalapenos and put them on one Ritz cracker. I think the only cracker here is you, dude. And also, justifying owning human beings is not really a jalapeno pepper, which is not even that spicy a pepper, dude. You're so white that you think jalapenos are spicy. My least hot sauce is jalapeno. Bruh probably thinks black pepper is too much. In July at the National Conservative Conference in Washington, Wilson shared the stage with Josh Hawley, Ron Johnson, and Mike Lee, as well as Vance, who auditioned his America is a People bit before his star turn at the GOP convention. Wilson agrees with Vance that children should be allotted votes managed by their parents. I would like to see elections where households vote. Men as the head of households would actually cast the votes, though he believes that women's suffrage was a mistake. He would allow a special exception for single mothers. Black pepper hurts my mouth. I mean, that's fine. You don't pretend. But like, the idea that like households, like Vance himself has said this as well, that there should be a single vote for an entire household and that women shouldn't vote, which disenfranchises half the population and kind of like, it's such bullshit. Also, because Christians think that men should be the head of the household, then someone like me who's like, well, I mean, I shouldn't exist, I guess, so I guess that's fair. Wilson offered the crowd a few one-liners. I'm a Presbyterian, not a Lesbiterian. You suck, dude. I mostly talked about the persecution of Christians, but obviously not the Palestinian Christians being bombed. That doesn't matter. It used to be that the sexually troubled had to keep their kinks hidden away in the closet. Now it is the conservative Christian who needs to keep his virtues hidden in the recesses of the closet. Oh my God. You never shut up about it. What do you mean? It's clearly not working. Y'all don't even need to come out. You're just always here. Fucking get in the closet, actually. Shut up. After the National Conservatism Conference, Wilson appeared at the Believer Summit, which is headlined by Trump and hosted by Turning Point USA. But it's not just conferences and interviews with Tucker Carlson where Wilson promotes his ideas. He has a blah, 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 blah. He's been celebrating what he calls No Quarter November, the month where we say out loud what everyone is thinking. Not everyone is thinking that, my dude. He needs to stop participating in No Nut November because I think it's killing his brain cells. In 2023 video, which is the brainchild of one of his sons, he sits at a Thanksgiving table surrounded by his children and grandchildren dressed as the camera. If you think of my blog as a shotgun, this is the month where I saw off all my typical careful qualifications and blasted away. His wife, clad in an apron, brings out a chair. I don't care. He straps on a flamethrower and lights a cigar, and then aims the fire at Disney princesses Elsa and Ariel and logos of Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, and Netflix. Half of these are super conservative anyway. What the fuck? When you've never stepped foot in a closet, you're incapable of shutting up. He's also never folded laundry before. No reason to be in a closet. Wilson's willingness to make campy content sets him apart. Instead of crotchety old guy talking about stony people, he's like super cool and witty. I wouldn't say cool. It's just a waste of a cigar. Well, it's a waste of oxygen fueling his goddamn lungs, so. In subsequent videos, Wilson tackled women's culpability in rape, the dark side of empathy, and the virtues of something called the patriarchy, which, according to our soi disant and lisping political theocrats, must be smashed. The lisping is a homophobic dog whistle, by the way. He uses platforms to anoint the next generation of ultra-conservative, Reformed Christian pastors, all of which are men. Webben as well. He started his own church. Webben credited Wilson with emboldening him to say whatever he wanted, like telling a guest that the founding fathers weren't responsible for the slave trade because Africans had done the actual kidnapping. Yeah, that's racist dog whistle as well. It was liberating to watch Wilson speak in public. What's the worst thing that can happen? Vice writes an article about you. So yeah, the lack of consequences, fully a thing. At a recent conference, he registered dismay over immigrants in his community. It's like full, straight-up Hindu garb at our neighborhood swimming pool that my daughter is asking about, and I'm trying to explain. Oh, poor baby. Has to explain other people's clothes. Oh, poor darling. Also, the fact, just as an aside, the fact that he is turning hatred on his wife's family and his old hometown. Can't fucking trust the dude. He's awful. He remarked on the show that a lot of people are going to be surprised when you're spending eternity worshiping Christ next to Stonewall Jackson, Robert E. Lee, and Jonathan Edwards, and George Whitefield and Martin Luther King Jr. in hell. Great. He called Christian men living in California stupid. They should move to a red state. He ordered his wife to stop reading a book on theology because he didn't want her exposed to beliefs different than his. He believes in a patriarchal household structure. A return to the Constitution is impossible. The only viable alternative is the Ten Commandments. So these are all the people that Vance hangs out with. They're trying to make their own fucking Christian towns. Another one of them saying women are to bear children. That's their point. In July, after Vance's comments about childless cat ladies who are miserable, he began widely circulating. He posted, "It is desperately sad to think of all the intentionally barren women who will find themselves totally alone in their 50s, realizing their irreversible mistake. They will wish they could trade it all, money, vacations, independence, all of it, for the children they can now never have." No, actually, dude, I'm in like my mid-30s. It's been like 10 years of being sterile, and I'm happier than ever, actually. I'm good. I'm good, actually. I'm perfectly fine with this. He doesn't pretend to champion the idea of a Judeo-Christian nation. Our political system is influenced by the Jews. So, anti-Semitism, yay! Another one participated in Project 2025 Presidential Transition Strategic Planning Session. Peter Thiel. Another co-founder, J.D. Vance. Thiel, Vance's mentor and former employer, is a major funder of the national conservatism movement. Obsessed with global birth rates, he spent $10 million on his protege's successful 2022 Senate campaign. Aspiring Christian warlord, that's fun. Wants to form the backbone of a renewed American regime, and that its members understand the nature of authority and its legitimate, forceful exercise. But its main public-facing project appears to be turning tracts of land in Appalachia into Christian communities. Promotional material described a community of unmatched seclusion where simple country faith protects local culture from rainbow flags and crime. Every one of these fuckers sound exhausting to be around? Yeah. But yeah, it's just... Oh yeah, also hangs out with openly anti-Semitic CEO of Gab. Life in his native Minnesota had become untenable because of permissive laws around trans rights and abortion, not to mention how hospitable the state has been to refugees. Minnesota is now one of the top destinations for resettling foreign people hostile to our way of life. Minnesota is where Walz is from. War on White America. Like, you're kind of getting the sense, right? Like many Theo bros, Isker sees much alike in Vance. Isker referred to him as Senator J.D. Vance, our Heritage America. The Heritage Foundation. So, like, they can claim to not be pro-Project 2025, but you need to level down on childless cat lady discourse. Kamala sees happy large families and hates them. She wants them destroyed. Yeah, I'm getting the skunk stench, yeah. There's not enough Theo bros to populate Christian communities. Enter William Wolf, the founder for this of the Center for Baptist Leadership, which aims to persuade members of the Southern Baptist Convention that it, the largest of all Protestant denominations, has fallen prey to the corrupting forces of liberalism. The Southern Baptist Convention is like very right-wing, so them being liberal tells you how further right these people are. It's a bigger sin to desire to preserve the customs, heritage, and value of cultural homogeneity than of your own nation than to kill the unborn in the womb. You can better understand the moral framework. Wolf served in Trump's administration as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense and Director of House Affairs at the Department of State. So also an alumnus of Heritage Action, the sister organization of Heritage Foundation. So like, you can see how embedded these all are with each other. Document listed Wolf and Joel Webbin as contributing editors, called for civil magistrates to usher in the establishment of the Ten Commandments as the foundational law of the nation. Authoritarianism is required to have this utopian vision. So far right, they're spinning in circles, yeah. Right Wing Watch posted a video of Wolf quoting a scripture passage. There are times when even God of peace proclaims by his providence to arms. If we have ever lived in a point of time in American history since then that we could argue that now is a time to arms again, I think we're getting close. Wolf paints America as a gynocracy whose government and culture have been feminized by unhappy women leaders. Women should not have the right to vote, and interethnic marriage can be sinful. Well, but Vance does that. But yeah, this is just like... He said his ideal version of America would be led by a Caesar figure, so a dictator. Gay marriage would be prohibited, women would not be allowed to vote, men would vote for their households. When I brought up about heretics being killed, he grew annoyed. I do think it's permissible in principle for a state to suppress theological heresy, but that doesn't mean it's prudent or proper. Suitable in every circumstance or every tradition. I think we need to eradicate that from our thinking, because if we say that America is a Judeo-Christian country, then it can't be a Christian country. It's a deep sigh about Jewish people getting to exist. We spoke a week before Vance's RNC speech, and Wolf's remarks helped me understand what the Theo Bros heard in Vance's phrase about America as a people. The founders, Wolf noted, intended for their country to be Anglo-Protestant with American inflection. America is a place of settlement and rootedness, but it's an open ethnicity in which people can become one of us, which is to say, like some others, Wolf is not necessarily opposed to the idea of non-white people as long as they agree to assimilate. In this telling, America is not pluralistic, but one in which there exists an uneasy truce between Christians and those they reluctantly tolerate. I asked Wolf what motivated him. I want Christians to be more assertive and to recognize Christian heritage and American way of life and to restore that. This is a Christian country, we've got to work to restore it. Why multicultural pluralism fails and what to build instead, Wolf called the concept of America as a melting pot an early 20th century idea picked up by a Jew in New York. WASPs were the distinct ethnicity of America, he insisted. America should only welcome those who aspire to assimilate. This is our homeland and we welcome you on the condition of a conformity. That's not what ethnicity means. No. No, it's not. But like, you know. I'm gonna start this ad break now so it goes away by the time we're doing the thing. Cause the thing's gonna start soon. The debate is soon. Oh, I love that emote. Polly's emotes are great. Let me see. But we'll see if any of this ends up getting covered at all. We don't have time to cover all of this stuff, but The best, yeah. But in the last 5 minutes before we get to the debate, also, Steph, if you're listening, if I could get some more water, that would be great. But yeah, so JD Vance thinks children can't add because schools accept trans kids. So, which doesn't make any fucking sense. Creeping socialism and 87 different genders are poisoning the minds of our children. Vance claimed in a trademark ramble in answer to a question from Wallnow, a Christian nationalist conspiracy theorist, which is this guy, the man who popularized the Seven Mountain Mandate, who says conservative Christians are called to rule society, who has been warning that Kamala Harris is possessed by demons. That's the dude. That's the dude that JD Vance is talking to in this. First of all, Vance said the American education system used to be the envy of the world. Well, we've got American children who can't add 5 plus 5, but they can tell you that there are 87 different genders. And I think that's related. That's stupid. How can they... 5 genders plus 5 genders is 10 genders. Because we're teaching kids radical ideas, we're not teaching them the basics. Yes, we fucking are. This picture paints teachers like Walls, former coach, as radical purveyors of godless socialist ideology and a threat to America's Christian heritage. Fucking communist re-education kids. Shut up. And that's to your point, this creeping socialism in our schools, we've got to get it out of there. We've got to cut off the money, stop spending your tax dollars on radical organizations that poison the mind of our kids. So, like, this is the vibe. Project 2025 advocates dismantling the Department of Education, forcing schools to adopt school prayer. Wallnow was a key player on the ground in mobilizing the Christian nationalist support and bodies for January 6th. Is known for popularizing the Seven Mountain Mandate, and that asserts conservative Christians are called on to rule the world. Following Trump's debate with Kamala Harris, he said he witnessed a cult-empowered deception, manipulation, domination over the airwaves at the event. That's what ABC pulled off as moderators, and Kamala's script handlers set up the kill box. Wallnow called it witchcraft. After so-called demonic, Harris secured support for the Democratic nomination in August. He predicted she'd pick U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg as her running mate to stoke national division over racism and perversion. He's a dingus. So that's who fucking JD Vance is hanging out with. Thank you. He's hanging out with like the most unhinged pieces of shit. And he's saying shit like this. I'm trying to get through as much of this as I can in the last 20 seconds.
I think in this movement of national conservatism, what we need more than inspiration is we need wisdom. And there was a wisdom in what Richard Nixon said approximately 40, 50 years ago. He said, and I quote, "The professors are the enemy."
Yeah, because the professors are teaching critical thinking. Yep, and the Nixon mensch. His brain's so pickled on white supremacy that he uses the closest number he can to a dog whistles and arbitrary numbers of genders. Yeah, that's also true. And this is the last thing I'll share because we're out of time, but...
problem. You know, I think it's simple, and I'll go back to something I said earlier about we need to reward the things that we think are good and punish the things that we think are bad. So you talk about tax policy. Let's tax the things that are bad.
Charlie Kirk is a Nazi, by the way.
Things that are good. If you're making $100,000, $400,000 a year, and you've got 3 kids, you should pay a different, lower tax rate than if you're making the same amount of money and you don't have any kids. It's that simple. You know.
So yeah, so you're punishing people for not having children, which that sort of tax policy does work like that. However, that's a fucked up thing to do.
Lone man behind his lectern. Ed, give us your
Walls
last
is there
thoughts as we
already.
watch here
But yeah,
as,
Tricky Dick is
JD
not
Vance
great.
in the wings for the moment. Oh, there he
Oh,
is.
there's Vance.
It's performance.
Speak of the devil.
Performance. That seems obvious, but no faux pause, and they're looking for a viral moment. That's what they'll be looking for tonight.
No handshake.
No handshake? Fucking...
Walls appears to be taking some notes. JD Vance doing the same as our colleagues.
Maybe you're shaking hands before, or with the cameras.
That's right. Well, we have the vice presidential debate coming up in a moment. It will be moderated by our own Nora O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota
moderated.
Tim Walz
Sure.
the stage. Well, they've taken the stage, so stick with us here and join us also on our streaming channel.
What if instead of giving tax breaks, we just subsidize childcare like a rational nation?
You won't see
Yeah.
anywhere else.
And I'd be fine with that because that would benefit everybody. Because then parents with kids can do, like, I'm not against national childcare. Then my friends with kids could hang out with me more. That would be awesome. And then, like, same thing with, fun fact, free school lunches actually help everybody because it, lowers, demand for groceries a little bit. And then it makes, prices go down. Rather my taxes go to families rather than bombing families. Yes! Agreed.
Vice President of the United States. Democratic Governor
Let's go Walls! To the window, to the walls.
Now this is
Till this sweat drops down my balls. Welcome in, Saren!
Voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. CBS News Vice President
I'm depressed.
debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back.
Georgia Faith and Freedom Foundation. I see, Vance.
We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know, at the end of this little journey, Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS.
I'm so lived up for Walls, though. So lived up.
CBS News headquarters in New York. America decides. The vice presidential debate.
I believe this is going to be the only VP debate.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight.
Shut up, Vance.
For the first time.
They're not muting mics for this? I don't know. I know they're not doing any,
Margaret Brennan, in order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other. CBS News
that's not how fact-checking works.
The candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns.
Yeah.
The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank
you.
This
will be coherent.
Let's get started.
It's just, I'm going to be so annoyed.
Unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret. Thank you, Nora.
Oh, God. Okay.
Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war.
It's not working.
Iran is weakened.
It's not.
Still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and
We're just
drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz,
we are really jumping in.
The final voice in the Situation Room. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home.
What?
Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 14.
No, it started 50 years ago, but sure.
Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's
I'm gonna drink, yeah.
is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous.
This is a wild first question.
Said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense.
I mean, good pivot to talking about Trump, because talking about
said he should
the Middle East is
near the White House. Now, the
not
person
helping
closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
I mean, it is true that you got to keep the
Senator Vance the same question.
alliances together, but like, fucking God.
A preemptive strike by Israel on Iran. You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit, because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working-class family. My mother required
I also
food
wanted to
assistance
stop
for
talking.
periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for
I need a drink too, yeah.
for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of—
But you're going to take away the sort of things that help people, you dickhead.
The American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again.
But him saying that, like, disability stuff, the Republicans cut that.
Just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos. Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well.
What are you talking about?
Recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States
through dick
leadership
swinging.
would put stability and peace back.
No one fucking respected Trump. What are you talking about?
Strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
So he said yes.
Thank you, Senator.
Preemptive strike.
Walls, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald
Which is
Trump
bullshit.
We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And
I mean,
when
that's
Iran
a fair
shot
point.
down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when
That is also a fair point.
Did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance,
Walz
the
is
U.S.
doing
had
good.
a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal.
Thank you.
He recently
This
said
question is
5
ridiculous.
days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk
That is untrue, categorically.
That led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
John,
Except for
to get to. Nora?
Russia.
Thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene.
Smart and Trump don't belong at the same
Could
time.
become
Yeah.
One of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger,
Fact.
and more deadly because of the historic rainfall.
Yeah.
Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator,
Yeah, he almost started World War III.
Would the Trump administration
in his
have
first
to
month
and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible. And then,
but Trump waited days to approve FEMA last time.
That I love. Some of them I know very personally, and Appalachia,
Shut up.
across the Southeast.
Appalachia hates you, dude.
To do their job, and I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster.
But they didn't. Last time he literally didn't.
I think this is a very important issue.
And Biden approved FEMA help before landfall.
Crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say
crazy weather patterns. Oh my
Trump and I
God.
support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions. This idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument.
JD, you want to get rid of FEMA? Yeah.
Science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to?
Sure,
more
you
energy
are.
Production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business.
Cleanest economy in the world. Are you fucking
world.
kidding me? And let's say that the science is right.
Unit of economic output.
Oh
So
my
if
God,
you
I
actually
saw.
care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American
Let's
people.
do it.
Unfortunately, Kamala
Yeah,
Harris has
yeah,
done
you did.
exactly the opposite.
Hats off for Walz for not punching him. Yeah.
You have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane.
The first question was a nightmare.
That are down there in contact with.
I'm so glad I covered the Lebanon thing earlier today, so I don't have to fucking go over it again.
Governors, as we work together on these emergency management, governors know no partisanship. They work together to all of the governors and the emergency responders on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen.
Oh my God, Steph.
There's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio.
Clean as a sock stuck to a teenager's wall.
And making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical. But
I'm loving.
You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country.
I'm loving Walz's answer.
Administration is done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity.
Thank you, Walz. That's
the governor mentioned
invest in local production of clean energy. That's
a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So
that is not what Trump meant.
Herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Walt said is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of
they are in
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Are being made overseas in China, especially the components
it's
of
ridiculous.
Solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've
Inflation Reduction Act was about that. Stupid, yeah.
We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years.
Senator.
Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
My drink is not strong enough. That is
Would you
true.
like to respond?
We make them in the U.S. Yeah.
We're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing?
Jimmy Carter coming with a steel chair.
And to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smart.
Thank you, Tim.
That. And an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you for the fact-checking that they weren't originally going to do.
The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently
Oh, God. Okay.
top issue for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history.
Ethnic cleansing.
And to use the U.S. military to do so.
Holy shit.
To be more specific about exactly how this will work. For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies.
Yeah, because Donald Trump was fucking putting children in cages.
Decriminalize illegal aliens.
They're not aliens or humans.
The asylum fraud that exists in our system, that has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country.
Seriously, dude?
Opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's policies. Build the wall.
Drugs don't just come across the border. Jesus Christ.
To your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens
so
in the
racist.
country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you
some form of crime, like jaywalking.
And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work.
Yeah, increase minimum wage then, you dickhead.
Family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules.
Yeah, and who started that?
Separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask
But Trump started the losing of children.
She said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation.
Yeah, it was centrist bullshit, but...
These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents. Detection for drugs. DOJ money to speed up these... the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk
about? Well, it just looks like
if
shocked at the sheer lunacy of J.D. Vance,
They need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this.
Well, I mean, it's because he's just a guy.
So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after.
That's a good thing to bring up.
Escalator, dehumanizing people and telling
them
what to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up.
Yeah, he is calling her by her first name instead of her last name and title, which is disrespectful.
Even if their kids are U.S. citizens. You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just passed the smell test. For 3 years,
you literally did,
Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only
got religion? What a dog whistle.
When she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo $94 Donald Trump executive action.
Well, yes, because Donald Trump did weird, random-ass shit saying that Muslims couldn't come in and doing ICE separations.
Schools that are overwhelmed, it's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor.
Schools overwhelmed is a dog whistle for the stuff in Ohio as well.
Which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations.
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it's
thank you
on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this.
Thank you.
A large number of people who were here
thank you
in the community of Springfield.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it.
Seems I can't, because they're going to come up.
If we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfild were the governor had to
thank you for bringing up Springfield.
Law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school.
Thank you.
Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first.
I appreciate Walz is doing really good with staying within the time.
As a sitting lawmaker,
and actually stopping.
Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been. And it's actually because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz broke.
But that's not how fucking asylum works.
Worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete.
That's not true.
For scarce homes.
First of all, they legally migrated, and also housing has nothing to do with that. It's corporations.
Had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I
don't even think it's a circus. Walz has been 100% on point. Walz has been great.
Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up
making
them less affordable. But look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you
that would be good.
Make a difference in this, and you start to adhere.
That would be good also for people who need
faith a lot,
stuff.
But Matthew 25.
Hi, RG. Welcome in.
To the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you.
Governor. And
I really just appreciate
Springfield, Ohio,
the framing.
A large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status.
Thank you.
Temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check.
Bible quotes for ethical law.
I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app.
That he's overriding the moderators to be racist.
And be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret.
It's not illegal.
Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen. We want to have...
Oh my God. Walls is losing it.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora?
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is...
I guess they're calling each other by their first name, so that's okay, but like...
Campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion.
I'm so glad they cut the mics. This is going way better than I thought it was going to.
The deficit. Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And
Thank you.
Making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class.
Yes.
$6,000 child tax credit. We have one in Minnesota.
Walls I could kiss you, Vance drop dead. Yes.
Childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families.
Yes, it pays for itself. Thank you.
The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever.
I almost wish the Democratic card was reversed for this guy in the big chair. I understand why he's not, but I hope this puts him in a higher platform eventually.
Be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that, but similarly, the Wharton School has done an...
I can set him up to run after Kamala? Yes.
Plan.
And I think he could win.
Increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years.
Vice presidents don't have that sort of ability.
All of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%.
Oh yeah, because that wasn't like government, corporations doing that.
A large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't.
JD Vance, you've done nothing as a senator. What are you talking about? You don't show up for fucking anything and you want to raise.
The plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record.
Yeah, the VP doesn't make policy.
Economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom. Because
common sense is not a real thing.
Delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's
VP also costs food, yeah.
I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now,
no, he fucking didn't.
Admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to...
What, did Kamala Harris make my food prices go up? Because it went up here too. It went up everywhere. It's almost like the fucking bread bowl of the world, Ukraine, is going through a war right now.
That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you...
Common sense is not a thing. There's no such thing as a common sense.
I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of
common sense pisses me off as a concept. It's common sense to look both ways before you cross the road, unless you live in the woods.
Do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah,
It's Kamala Harris all along.
One was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years? And the last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Walls, I love you so much.
But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that.
We did get cheaper goods.
Shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere. It would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were
You're making shit up, dude.
If we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation,
what fucking planet are you from, Vance? I don't know.
Wisdom and the courage.
I will say the
we're not doing
manufacturing did better when it was cross-border between Canada and Michigan.
More of our own stuff, and this isn't just an economic issue.
Yeah, a T-shirt at Walmart costs like 50 cents.
7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look,
Shut up.
Of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And
what do you mean? A bunch of them are manufactured here in Canada. And yeah, we hate you, Vance.
Wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz.
Those economists were pushing Reaganomics. Your homie. Yeah, exactly.
If you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who
I'm just like you guys, JD Vance, who isn't.
American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So
I appreciate you actually asking for once rather than interrupting, Vance.
Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a gross generalization.
That he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job.
Walz keeps coming back and saying I can't even counter this because nothing he said makes sense. Yeah.
Didn't deliver.
I love that he's making.
Which of course he did. You've got to.
He's making notes and stuff. I need some chocolate because I need.
He did, and then you simultaneously.
I'm listening to a Dementor talk, so I need some chocolate.
Economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable.
Oh yeah, because it's Kamala Harris's fault that there's a fucking war.
Sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need.
Yeah, but you hate your mother, you piece of shit.
Better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, You said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989.
Wow, okay, that's a deep
Public
cut.
Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy? You have 2 minutes.
Well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
That was a good answer.
To follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
He admitted to a mistake. Oh my God, look, it's possible.
In 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office.
And I'm appreciating that Walz is actually answering every single question. And he's treating them as important to answer.
Those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear?
That's a very good question.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record.
No, it's because it's...
Most importantly, Donald Trump...
This is a tool for you.
Rising
to do your fucking Christian nationalism bullshit.
An economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons.
Yeah. These questions are really good.
I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job.
That is bullshit, dude.
United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually
my God, shut up.
This tariff issue in particular.
Oh, yeah.
Because
impeaching Donald Trump is such a mistake.
A national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights.
Woo!
After Roe versus
These
Wade,
moderators deserve the world.
You signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump.
I'm loving these questions. The first one was a doozy, but
abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump.
Moderation team has been amazing.
He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade. 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather.
I love that he knows the names, too.
Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business. But those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. That's
not how healthcare works.
We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the
Thank you so much.
Create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk
yeah,
about
well,
this
stop
issue
pulling
that
punches for
about.
sure.
I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew
that was
up
such a good response.
in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's
they don't trust you for a reason.
Are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word.
Notice how he didn't deny wanting registries.
I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options.
And notice how he didn't mention anything about sexual assault either.
The abortion policy specifically that we have.
He wants to make it easier for people to afford children, sure, which is good.
Has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint.
Human rights shouldn't depend on what state you live in, dude.
As messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions. Let
the majority of Americans support the right to choose, you piece of garbage.
The most sense in a very big, a very diverse.
Just because it's easier to gerrymander state by state. Fuck off.
And also answer the question about restrictions.
Yeah, well, the question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance.
Thank you.
If Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like
Thank you for the meow, Serena. I appreciate it.
The United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken
what does that even mean?
A pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And
Isn't slavery a state issue too? Yeah, it's a dog whistle, isn't it?
Better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see
these moderators are amazing.
As something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships, and we have got to earn.
Oh, Wallace has been taking notes all night. It's been great.
Why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making child care more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got.
That's not true. You're against IVF. You think it's abortion because all those frozen embryos get killed.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all.
I'm pro-abortion.
Women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making
for anyone who wants one,
to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit. But we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator.
Thank you.
First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
that late-term abortion isn't a thing.
That is fundamentally barbaric.
Late-term abortions are when the baby is already dying. Because if you want to end a pregnancy late-term, that's called birth. You induce labor.
Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be
you don't want
a diverse country where we respect people's freedom.
Your religion should not constitute my health care.
Pro-family, but please.
Yes, Governor.
Hi, Jordan.
Look,
welcome in.
Something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know
Hope it's been good
to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point. That's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me. What was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get
he won't take the bait.
Early childhood education. They get health care.
He's just refusing. If the moderator asks a question, he's like, absolutely, I'll make sure I answer that exact question. Vance asks you some bullshit, he's like, nope.
All those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific
Stream's been good.
You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case.
Day's been good.
It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Okay, break. Good. Because I will say, my day's been good. I had some ice cream today. My knee's doing better than it's been in a week and a half, so I'm excited. I will say, there's no such thing as killing a baby in abortion, right? If a baby is going to be viable,
when you wake up in the morning,
the ads and stuff, they line up great.
One of the quickest minds
I might actually run them a little early just so that they go during this.
Question that you're asking at home.
Non-politic wise, I love the way Wall scrunches his face. It's very cute. It's supposed to be in 3 minutes. Yeah, I'll just run it now.
Friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine?
A fetus is not a child. Correct.
CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
But also, like, sorry, I'm just running these ads just because I don't want to miss anything.
Because nothing ever happens in East Palestine.
But I'll just mute this. But I will say, like, so it's running on my end, but, so, the thing I will say, right, is how abortions work is someone doesn't want a pregnancy, so they terminate it early. Mid-pregnancy, there's usually something wrong, and it's terminated because it's developing wrong, and it's better to end it now than have a woman handle pregnancy even longer with all of the risks that takes for a fetus that will turn into a baby that dies and will suffer. It's harm reduction. Late term abortions, third trimester abortions, usually happen due to, again, something's wrong with the fetus, or a miscarriage happens and it starts to harm the mother, the pregnant person. And then you end up with, there's so much flickering on the screen right now, it's ridiculous. But, like, it's nobody's decision but the pregnant person's and their medical team. And about suing a nun who decides not to provide help, like, if you are a nurse and you've gone into medical care, you do not get to, you took an oath to do no harm, to give your patients the best medical care you can. If your beliefs get in the way of giving proper medical care, you're in the wrong line of business. Get a different fucking job. End of story. You don't want to give people, like, abortion pills? Don't be a pharmacist. Fuck off. Get a different job. Do something else. End of the story. Like, I feel the same way about, like, there's people in my industry who are sex workers who don't want to see married men because they don't like cheating. Get a different job then. We're here to provide companionship for people who need it, not pass judgment on them. Get a different fucking job. And, like, people don't have a right to see a sex worker the way that you have a right to healthcare. Get a goddamn different job. I don't give a fuck. Fuck off. And I say that as, like, there's Catholic-owned hospitals in Toronto where you can't get reproductive health care. St. Joseph's in Toronto, you can't get reproductive health care, you can't get abortions, you can't get sterilization surgery. And why should this fucking Catholic-ass hospital ethics board, because they're Catholic, get to decide, because I'm a religious minority, I don't get to my religious beliefs don't matter. Just this institution with billions of dollars and trillions of dollars across the world gets to decide what my healthcare is. Fuck off. But so far, Walz has given excellent answers, except his first one was a little rough. But he did, you know, say that what Israel is doing is wrong, which I appreciate. But he kept doing the right to defend themselves stuff, and a lot of stuff he was saying was awful. But fucking Vance keeps saying the most heinous shit.
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now.
His racist bullshit about immigrants drives me insane.
The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance.
These are some amazing questions.
Legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison.
Yeah, because they gave him the gun.
Parents responsible could curb mass shootings. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of...
That's a fair point, but also fuck off.
Beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of
ban guns.
The
yeah.
gross majority.
You don't even necessarily have to ban guns, but have reasonable gun laws.
Gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms.
That's
and while we're on that topic,
not true.
We know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run.
Considering how many guns out of America come to Canada and are used in crimes, fucking shut up.
Than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors.
But you're the only.
We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows.
You're the
stronger.
only country in the world that has this problem.
Resource officers, because the idea.
Oh yeah, a fucking cop
take guns out of the hands of bad guys. It just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer.
Yeah, it works.
We've got to have some
gestures vaguely at my fucking country where we don't have that problem. We don't have shootings at school.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens
the most recent mass shooting was committed by a cop.
And they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead. And they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks.
Because I've had a debate within TST about how to balance this issue.
We've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence.
You can have people owning guns and it not be a problem.
And here's what I do think, that this is a good start.
Like people in rural Ontario having guns to deal with bears or go hunting are not a problem.
It's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country.
Yes, thank you. Good point.
That we can do.
Second Amendment was not written with AR-15s, correct.
On your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as
I wouldn't even mind people having AR-15s if you just had common sense registration and stuff like that.
Ask all of you out there.
Ban guns, I meant specific types. Yeah, that is also fair.
To look like a fort. Is that what we have to go when we know?
But like, I wouldn't mind people having AR-15s if they had to be locked up properly or kept at gun ranges, not allowed in cities.
Owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still.
Or like, you can have hunting rifles and stuff.
We have to. If you're listening tonight, this.
But like, how exactly it's gonna go is an argument we can have.
Shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that you're doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And
I at least appreciate that from Vance, at least.
It illustrates some of the frankly weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is okay. First of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety.
Yeah, I wonder why, dude. You don't have health care
in this country. That I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of.
Dear Christ, out of this debate, Jesus would hate you.
We have such a bad gun violence problem.
The old automatic gun bans, yeah.
Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower.
Oh, yeah, you're blaming it on black people.
The bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think it's a whole.
Actually, the main issue is white supremacy is the greatest predictor of gun violence, white supremacy, and
previously opposed an assault weapons
domestic violence.
In your political career, did you change your position? Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is, talking about cities and where it's at, the number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean.
Thank you.
And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just
thank you.
And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work. Protect Second Amendment, protect our.
I myself have our PAL license here in Canada. The amount of follow-up and oversee from our government shows how well it's used in Canada, how our gun laws work is good. Exactly. Yeah, 100%. People can have guns, but you have to own them responsibly.
4 million homes in the United States,
and you need mental health care.
Housing prices.
And deal with the social determinants of health that make people mentally ill and stressed. Deal with hatred that fuels mass shootings.
And a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward.
Thinking of housing as housing and not as an investment is such a good thing. I have licenses for work prior.
Invested in making sure our housing is the biggest investment.
Extensive understanding experience. That makes sense.
It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look.
I have friends who own guns.
But local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing. But a veteran's home loan,
houses as investment feels gross.
Home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's
Yes.
the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is
I
up.
appreciate it.
Senator Vance,
Whenever I am traveling, transporting, restricted firearm, I have to provide my full exact route to multiple police forces. That makes full sense.
Remove regulation, provide tax breaks.
And like, I appreciate legal gun owners for following those regulations and like trying to do the right thing.
Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising? And what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices,
But you literally just did.
Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country,
But that's
which does drive up costs, Tim.
You're saying you're blaming immigrants.
With Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we
No,
have
it's not.
massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership.
It's
Now, Tim
not.
just mentioned a bunch of
Also,
ideas.
migrants are a
Some of those
lot of the
ideas I
people
think are
building them, you
decent,
piece of
and some of them I
garbage.
disagree with, but the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make
She doesn't
housing
set
more
policy as
affordable, I
VP.
invite her
How
to
do you
use
not
the
understand the
office
job
of
you're trying to get us to hire you for?
her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is think about it. If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, yeah. Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for a national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have
I do agree with that.
land that could be used. We have a
I
lot
think
of Americans that need
the
homes.
liberals
We should
here
be
in
kicking
Canada
out
are trying to do that.
who are competing
Not
for those
that
homes,
part.
and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve
Why?
to be here.
You want to replace all those immigrants with babies.
Governor,
How is that
how
not
would
going
you
to...
respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not
migrants
true. And again,
that
you
it's
have the
affecting
facts. I
housing
guess we
prices?
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's again blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask though on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor,
Where's
your
the study?
time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to.
I love Walz so much. He's such just a sweet old man. He's like just a dude.
What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers.
No, most of your builders come from Mexico, my guy.
Administration.
You can keep demonizing migrants all you want, but they're the ones who build builds your
makes
houses.
it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do.
What?
And what that means
Fucking
is that there's a lot
projection.
of people who would love to build homes who aren't.
You want to throw
able
people in
build
jail for
homes.
having miscarriages, my guy.
We should get out of this idea.
Yeah, migrants are
as
hard
a
workers.
commodity. But the thing that is most
The Walls is the only
turned
couple I would
into a
invite
commodity is
to, like, my
giving
vibe from
away
across
to
the river. Yeah,
millions
fair.
upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you
migrants
want
pay
to
more
be
taxes
able
than
to
you.
get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you.
Fair point.
We have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance.
I'm glad we're getting
in
to
the last
this.
presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think
he won't at all.
A lot of people have criticized.
Two moderators seem to be having the time of their lives. It's really funny.
It's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything.
He is
because Part
lying.
of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of.
The American Care Act
drugs fell in
is
2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced.
You say common sense one more time, yeah.
So you think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice. And will
I do
also
think
drive
price
down
transparency would
costs.
be
We
good.
talked about, the reinsurance.
Universal health care would be
is what I
better.
was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was done disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's
We got
not
price
just
transparency
the
under
case, and
Biden,
there's
fuck
so
it,
much
yep.
more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right
And
to
also,
put in place some better healthcare
separating
policies.
chronically ill people from
Because he did
other
it successfully the
people
first time.
is placing us in high risk and therefore increasing our costs or getting us kicked off of healthcare.
The ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic,
Eugenics,
home
yes.
to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to. Go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work.
Yeah, because it's for profit. For profit healthcare doesn't work because everyone gets sick.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true.
Shouldn't be a fucking marketplace.
The reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again,
how are they leaving the markets when ACA mandates that you be in the market and have health care insurance?
If Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president.
Tim's like, yeah, because they will.
Was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed.
ACA was the Republican idea of universal health care rather than actually having health care, because it gives a bunch of money to insurance companies.
Problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens?
So you think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way.
Oh, yeah. Ideal politician takes notes, answers the question, actually answers every question. Comes from a regular ass background. Yeah. And has a broad background.
It's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America.
The two of them nodding to each other is so good.
In this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents.
Yep.
Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is.
Are you going to cut off Vance?
Americans setting out there right now. You may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral, and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota.
It's also like women need to recover from birth. Babies need to be breastfed if it's at all possible, or at the very least, if they're going to be bottle fed from a parent so they can bond.
Just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those
I
unions.
love how much just a dude Walz
The
is.
economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support
I so appreciate Tim is handling the amount of time that he has really well. Making these points in exactly 2 minutes and not getting cut off.
while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look,
I was expecting JD to mostly agree with this.
To a beautiful woman who's an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids.
Who's
also
daughter of an
a
immigrant.
Very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this
And you should make it so that the fathers can stay home with their children instead, depending on which partner makes more money or wants to stay home, or have each do half. But him saying women stay longer and there's social pressure, he's not wrong, but he's pushing for women to go home.
Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between.
Are you saying that you're pro-choice for childcare?
It's an incredible burden to put on American families where the only
I'm
country
being
that does
sassy.
it could do a heck of a lot better.
You absolutely could do better. Vance is throwing in some little, like, patriarchy dog whistles.
American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on childcare as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in.
You're going to have to do that a lot, dude.
Penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan.
So there are more sweatshops in LA than there are in China right now.
Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States.
Like, there are sweatshops in LA that make clothing. So made in America doesn't mean it's not slave labor. Also,
that's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what
prison
Trump
labor
is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family
slave labor means the US, yeah,
options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Or what your Project 2025 buddies think would have been better for Haiti to be enslaved for another 30 years?
Child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor
I don't
Walz
disagree with him there, but I have noticed like the little
tax credit proposals.
wanting women to stay home longer.
Will agree to
Those little dog whistles there.
Credit for newborns and $3,000
Having choice and church taking care of your kids. There's definitely some Christian nationalist shit going on in his answer.
If you're listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that plays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by.
He's saying people when he means mothers.
Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
So you need immigrants to fulfill those positions.
Let's talk about the state of democracy.
That's what immigration is.
For Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress before January 6th.
This is like a really good debate, actually.
Have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor?
This is such a good question.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies.
The immediate pivot to not answer.
That's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask.
Do you?
Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald
I'd like to
Trump
fuck whoever shows these questions. I will suck their dick and or eat them out for forever.
January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House, and now
because the insurrection failed. They tried to kill your predecessor.
Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens, and it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her,
I'm silencing people by not wanting to be friends with people who think I should die.
Information. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last.
So the threat to democracy isn't an insurrection trying to kill the sitting vice president and overthrow a democratic election. It's Twitter banning people.
Lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united.
If being banned from social media is censorship,
we ought to debate our differences.
Conservatives aren't being censored. Sex workers are. Trans people are. Fucking suck my dick, you piece of garbage.
She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues, and that to me is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said.
If you think censorship is the biggest threat to democracy, why can't Satanists do all the things that Christians can? You constantly censored us.
And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator. But
me too, man.
There's one.
Shut up, Vance.
This one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he did. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, A group gathered on the state capitol.
And Kamala doesn't own Twitter, correct?
And said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police.
Oh, that's so sad.
Issue. And Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach,
that's heartbreaking.
But the democracy is bigger than winning.
Because Tim's son is just a sweetheart.
Try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People.
Thank you.
So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history.
Yeah, him saying peaceful protest is infuriating.
Tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Thank you.
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
And him being like, cancel culture is worse than insurrection. Fucking suck my dick.
For Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands.
Peacefully.
And after this election,
peacefully.
I hope
after he led fucking insurrection, you asshole.
Vice President, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time.
Did he just say foreign interference is fine because it wasn't that much?
As Tim Walz is saying that this is just a...
Are you fucking kidding me?
I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th.
I'll be right there with you, Trump, on January 6th, yeah.
And I think a revisionist history on this. Look,
thank you. We proved they interfered, exactly. And they're interfering with the Canadian shit right now, by the way.
Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop
I'm also gonna have a stroke.
threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that.
Thank you.
I just think for...
Yeah, dude, you want to ban every book that has a trans person in it.
I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. This is one that
Me too, Pine.
apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning
Thank you, Walz.
for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems.
Kamala Harris doesn't control Twitter and Facebook.
We'll talk about it further, but you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is
and
the First
COVID.
Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation.
There isn't.
Wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds.
That's basic moderation.
Will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject.
Pretty close to a free speech absolutist, and you do not have a right to death threats.
And then let's come together
or
afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater.
Thank you.
That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the
censorship
of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor
and it wasn't saying toddlers shouldn't wear masks. Fucking Christ.
Facebook, what I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence
And again, I'm very anti-censorship, but are you fucking kidding me? You Christian nationalist piece of shit. I'm sitting here as a trans sex working Satanist. Fuck off.
With Donald Trump. Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election?
Yeah, Walls and the moderators should go out for a pub crawl after this.
Will you
I need a drink.
Will you keep your oath of office even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that. Because of course that's what we would do. So
yes.
America, I think you've got a real...
There's a difference between censorship and stopping violent speech. And I do think that there's like a nuance.
And who's going to honor Donald Trump?
For where you want things to be. But
thank you, gentlemen. We will be right
people being banned from Facebook.
Candidates, the CBS News vice presidential.
So the thing I would have to say about that, right? So people being kicked off of social media sites by the social media sites is not a violation of your First Amendment. If you had a First Amendment right to have access to social media, Kamala Harris wouldn't have shut down Backpage. Sex workers wouldn't be kicked off of every fucking social media site that exists, including Twitter, which is the most friendly to us by being, it's the least hostile. It's supposed to be 90 minutes. I'm sorry. I want to send Walls and the moderator steel chairs. Honey, I know you wanted a game. Is there a volume at which I can be less disruptive to you, or did you want to do push to talk? Because I don't think you're going to interrupt me, but I think I'm going to be a problem for you more than anything. I could try to be quieter. I could try. But like, I'm so frustrated. This should be almost over. Still a few minutes where it's still works. Okay, so when I'm not yelling, it's fine. I'm sorry. But yeah, I just... saying that censorship is... Okay, so censorship is a threat to democracy, but it's very much a double standard for a Christian nationalist to say that when everything in Project 2025 is... I'm eating drywall, yeah. Where it's... You want books banned because it's pro-queer. You don't want to teach... You don't want... schools... Literally, we were reading this earlier. He thinks kids can't read because they're covering gender. So you want to censor trans people. You want to censor queer people. You want to censor Satanists, for sure, because the Christian nationalists lose their goddamn minds every time they try and have some sort of 10 commandments in a fucking courthouse, and we're like, y'all, we're gonna put up a Baphomet, and they freaking lose their minds. Like, you censor Satanists all the time. Sex workers get fucking censored more than any other fucking group. Me hoping they're on the last one or two questions. I'm sorry, babe. But like, fucking censorship is a threat to democracy, yes, because people need to be able to speak. But when you're saying like, oh, censorship is people choosing not to associate with someone else. Part of the First Amendment is a free association, including the right to not associate with you. If someone's decided that your politics is a threat to their safety, they have every right to choose not to be your friend. You shouldn't know about queer things until you're 18 is a real argument I heard growing up, and I can't believe people still think that's how it works. It doesn't, yeah. I mean, they really just don't think you should hear about queer people ever, because it makes them uncomfortable. But, like, let's put it this way, right? If I choose to stop being friends with someone who thinks that my top surgery was mutilation and mental illness and I should never have gotten it, this is a person who wants me dead. If I choose not to be friends with someone who thinks that natural disasters are because I have sex with women sometimes, which was like a real thing that homophobes were saying when I was younger in the 2000s, before gay marriage was a thing, why would I be friends with them? If people are saying that I, as a disabled person, should die because other people want to be able to go to parties and they don't want to have to think about COVID anymore, yeah, I'm not gonna be fucking friends with them if they're not gonna take care of me. First Amendment also only covers the government, not Twitter. Yes, and also there are regulations where, I mean, if you're weaponizing against holding Twitter legally liable for sex trafficking stuff, for other people's speech, they have to moderate. You're forcing.
So Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well,
I think this is
thank you,
closing.
Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support
Yes.
of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity
Fuck Dancing with the Stars, yes.
that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know.
Alzheimer's, hell yeah.
He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you.
Walz did
Senator Vance,
so
your
good.
closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight.
For a lot of crazy, yeah.
And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family.
The Schrodinger's cat paradox outlines a situation in which a cat in a box must be considered, for all intents and purposes, simultaneously alive and dead. Schrodinger creates this paradox as a justification for...
Jordan 1990 just gifted 10 subs.
Because of Kamala Harris's policies.
I appreciate it.
I've been in politics long enough to do what
I appreciate it so much. Thank you for the 10 gifties. Thank you so much. And we didn't have to hear fucking Vance for 5 seconds. It was good.
Challenges I just listed. She's been the
Yeah!
vice president for 3
Thank your
years,
gifter,
dating
everybody.
almost 1,400
Gifties!
days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse.
Thank you for 5 seconds of freedom for Vance,
The most
yes.
beautiful country in the world. I meet people
It is
on the
not.
campaign trail who can't afford
Oh my God,
Pint.
Pint.
Generosity to ask me.
I'm so high-strung from this. That actually got
What
me.
that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world.
No,
They're
you
not gonna
don't.
Be able to achieve their full dreams.
Pint is
with
great.
The broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to
That's
live their
amazing.
American dream if we do
Great.
the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this.
We
once
need a new
before.
direction, and we need a president who's done this
For
before.
Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or
That
vote
just
for
doesn't
someone
even make
else, I
sense,
just want to say,
rhetorically.
I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank
Thank
you
you,
both for
Saribot.
participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election.
Thank you,
cycle.
moderators. You did
I'm
so
Margaret
good.
Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell, and a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS
And check to make sure you're registered for voting, because the Republicans like to purge their voter rolls. They did shake hands. Okay. This went a lot more civilly than I thought it was gonna go. Oddly enough.
And only vice presidential debate.
That's their wives.
Is now complete. It was a cordial
Fuck
debate.
off, Vance. Have you seen
Say they want you
Erosia?
two candidates
Yeah.
layering on the stage. That's quite a difference from the presidential debate, in which it was not even sure.
Yeah,
that
I've been purging a lot, yeah.
Donald Trump would shake hands. It was a debate in which the line, "I appreciate what Tim said about Finland," was one of the many ways in which Senator Vance agreed with the governor. The governor agreed right back. But that's the tone and the kind of theater review of this. I'll pick out two issues. On the question of the top of the news today, which is the Middle East.
I have way more faith in Vance to be civil than Trump. The bar is another dimension, but you know, yeah.
Tim Walz made the case that Donald Trump's
Vance is scary because he knows how to do this shit.
The Trump administration who have attested to that. Vance came back and said there were no wars during the Trump administration. On the economy, I'll make a political point, which is
Vance just lies, yeah. And he does the
was something Donald Trump was incapable of doing during
like talking with his hands, like being very specific business meeting type things.
Why didn't she in office? Now, whether voters buy that or not, Tim Walz mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act and a variety of other items under Biden. But returning to that political point has worked in the past for Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton. We'll see if it works this time. I'd like to make a final point on tone. The J.D. Vance on that stage was very different than what people may have seen in podcasts. But then there was an air of unreality about it. He talked about bipartisan solutions with nuance of a kind we never saw during the Trump administration. He talked about Donald Trump almost as the defender of the Affordable Care Act. Donald Trump tried to kill the Affordable Care Act. And then I think at the very end of the debate, we saw something extraordinary. Tim Walz asked J.D. Vance, if Donald Trump lost the election, he was incapable of answering that simple yes-no question. J.D. Vance can only get so far from the man at the top of the ticket, and that was on display in that one moment, although J.D. Vance was a different kind of person than we've seen in many instances.
John, I think what you're saying is so important when we talk about demeanor.
Guys having a time is like, yeah. I'm really appreciating the news coverage.
Tonight, J.D. Vance came to the stage with the lowest likability rating of all four candidates at the top of the ticket. And I think many people came in expecting him to be Donald Trump's attack dog tonight. That's not the side we saw from him.
No, he definitely got prepped really well.
You mentioned the word cordiality. We saw that from him very much. I also think it's worth pointing out the demeanor we saw from Governor Walz, particularly when it came to his moments where he was put on the defensive about his own
CBS is doing a much better job.
He has made in the past, particularly in this case on China. You and I have talked about this a lot coming into this evening. Major, you're going to help us with fact checks over the course of the next few minutes. But there is a big one that we need to talk about at the top of it, which came on immigration in the discussion tonight, and particularly the Trump administration's plan, a major centerpiece of their campaign to undergo mass deportations for undocumented immigrants in this country. J.D. Vance particularly said that migrants will be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border one. This was in the conversation, this ongoing conversation about Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio. Many of them are recipients of temporary legal status, and we just have to say, John, that they are in this country legally.
All right, we will be right back in a moment with more coverage of the vice presidential debate, and we'll fact check some of the claims made by both.
Yeah, I want to stick around for the fact checks a little bit. But at least for Steph's sake, I will be less annoyed, so I won't be yelling. But I will say I'm incredibly pleased with CBS's coverage of this. I was very worried about their saying that there wouldn't be fact checking. They kind of were a little bit. When they said they weren't going to, I thought it was just going to be like just lies coming from J.D. Vance constantly with no pushback. But Tim Walz did a really good job of not getting too in the weeds of fact checking and just quickly being like, that's a lie, and then moving on to his answer and not spending like a ton of time. Welcome into Braxis. Welcome to stream. I'm doing good. Very annoyed at J.D. Vance, but Walz was excellent. The Moderators were incredible. They meant live independent fact checking. Yes. The moderators were doing a good job, like speaking up, and correcting. And the questions themselves were phrased as fact checks in sort of a way. The questions were incredible. Other than that first one, which I think was a fucking wild question, especially to start, which is like, I mean, it set the tone for the rest of the debate, but wild question to be like, would you support an Israeli preemptive strike on Iran is a absurd question. But you know what? In retrospect, considering the tone of the rest of the debate, I'm glad that it was first, because it means that it's less likely for people to remember it, because it was at the beginning of such a long debate that was so in depth that it's going to be hard for people to remember everything. And secondly, having the question be that level of absurd means that you basically, if you set the absurdity level here, then if they step down to here, it seems like a de-escalation. Is a very bad question for Vance to pull his introduction bullshit? Yes. It wasn't a great question for Kamala and Walz because they are so pro-genocide, and doing that will cost them votes in Michigan. But having it first actually wasn't the worst as far as having them have time to get more in depth in the other questions. And I think it's important to cover, especially with what's happened over the last week. I don't like the answer that Walz gave completely. I do appreciate them saying that Israel is going too far. I don't like them doing the whole, like, Israel should defend themselves shit. But, you know.
I want to start with you and your...
All of Walz's other answers were excellent, though, and the debate was great.
G. Harding Memorial Vice Presidential Debate. In 1920, Warren G. Harding promised the country a return to normalcy. That's what this debate was. It was substantive, far more substantive on the facts and policy than the leading candidates, the presidential nominees, have been to date. It was, in a way, a kind of embrace of bipartisanship on tough issues. Gun violence, healthcare, childcare.
I did appreciate that.
Even, well, this was less true, on reproductive rights. And one thing that I think will be a surprise to anyone in the Republican Party, the biggest secret of the entire Trump administration is that he saved Obamacare. He never even said that. But this debate was an example to the country of how you can disagree agreeably, how you can talk about shared goals for the country. And in that sense, I think it's extremely important for J.D. Vance that he did not sound as he sounds on the stump. It was his biography and his appeal to bipartisanship that will be most distinguishing about not only his present, but his possible future.
I will say this, like, oh, well, he was politely racist.
Thought every time you heard the words "I agree" tonight, you come to the table right now. This was a surprisingly affable debate for two men who we know from our reporting do not like each other. They said that they agreed on housing policy. They said that they agreed on some aspects of immigration policy, on pro-family policy. They were clearly intent on showing that they are likable, that they are...
Well, the things Walz wants are good, and the things Vance are pretending that he wants.
Cartwheels the way they were after the Harris and Trump debate a few weeks ago, but they think that this went well for them, and I predict that that exchange between Vance and Walz about whether Donald Trump lost the election is going to end up in a Harris ad by the end of the week.
It absolutely will.
Both of these contenders came to the stage tonight being favorites of the base in their respective parties. Governor Walz was someone who went on television and called Republicans weird. Senator J.D. Vance was someone who would go on podcasts with Donald Trump Jr. and other favorites of the right and say the left was essentially weird. Tonight on stage, you didn't hear a lot about that. You heard an approach to build on our colleagues' reporting and analysis here. It was about appealing to the middle. For J.D. Vance, giving reassurance to traditional Republicans, conservatives, that they have a place in this Republican
I will say
Party,
what
even
Walls
though
was saying was also very good for progressives.
They might not like those traditional Republicans' his answer on the election, but they might like his answer on the economy and on border security. And for Governor Walls, it wasn't about being an
The border wasn't great for progressives, but you know.
A centrist voter in a battleground state and say, hey, with Vice President Harris as a teacher and a coach.
Ed Gordon, quickly before we wrap, one of the big issues, though, was immigration, so much so that they
Walls didn't say he was weird, but his face really did. Oh my god, yeah. Just fucking.
May be a mistake by Democrats, quite frankly. I talked at the outset of energizing this base. I was just in Ohio, and many Democrats were livid about what's going on in Springfield. I think Walz missed an opportunity to really push the racial insensitivity there. There was a sense of trying to be affable, as John said.
Yeah, he didn't push as hard as he could, but he did keep bringing it up.
There's the civility being laid aside, and as we've said, from this point on, gloves are off, I think.
Major, you've spent a lot of time thinking about Donald Trump. How might he react to his number two?
So what Donald Trump will take away is the first third of the debate, where J.D. Vance made a very strong case that the Trump record on was the world on fire, yes or no? No, it wasn't. Was the economy better? Yes, it was. Trump will be very happy with that. I think he will largely ignore and forget all the bipartisan appeals because they don't really fit within his orientation to politics.
Thank you, Major.
That's really funny. So debate is a conversation and Walz had to respond? Yeah, he did.
Checks. That'll be on CBS News 24/7. But for now, for all of my colleagues here, good night.
Okay, I think that's it for this. I was hoping they were going to get more into fact checking, but that's whatever. I will say I'm really glad that Vance did bring up the stuff in Ohio. More than he could have done more of it, but I'm still glad he did do it, I guess, if that makes sense. Let me see. CBS actually did fact check. Let me see. Because they have like a tweet stuff underneath. Sweet. Well, we'll go through this stuff. He could have done more, but he didn't do less. Yeah, he could have been more clear about the racial aspect, but him talking about demonizing and people having to go to school, like with armed guards and stuff, and he didn't go as deep into the racism, but I think that might have also been because the people who understand that it's racist already understand that it's racist, so not like really getting into that might not have been the worst. During the vice presidential debate, Senator J.D. Vance said Vice President Harris became the appointed border czar. CBS News confirmed rates. This is false. Here's why. Harris does not act to be the administrator's border czar or to oversee immigration policy and enforcement at the U.S.-Mexico border. That has mainly been the responsibility of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and his department, which oversees the country's main three immigration agencies, including CBP. President Biden tasked Harris with leading the administration's diplomatic campaign to address the root causes of migration from Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, including poverty, corruption, and violence. The region known as Central America's Northern Triangle has been one of the main sources of migration to the U.S.-Mexico border over the past decade. In reality, the only role close to that of border czar under the Biden administration was held for only a few months by Roberta Jacobson, a longtime diplomat who served as coordinator for the southwest border until April 2021. Tim Walz claimed former Donald Trump's former chief of staff, John Kelly, called Trump the most flawed person he'd ever known. This is true. John Kelly, a retired Marine general and former President Donald Trump's chief of staff, told those close to him in 2020 that Trump is the most flawed person he's ever known, according to CNN. Kelly confirmed to CNN several stories which leaked out of the Trump administration during his presidency, among them Trump's inflammatory comments about service members calling them losers and suckers. Kelly said a person that thinks those who defend their country in uniform or shot down or seriously wounded in combat or spent years being tortured as POWs are all suckers because there's nothing in it for them. Trump denies making the comment. I'm trying to see if there's more fact check stuff. Here, let me scroll that's not in your face. That's from 2 hours ago, so that's not current. Hopefully they release more as the night goes on. Yeah, I'm just gonna refresh, because like there's tweets from like 33 seconds ago. Yeah, they don't have more right now, but I'm really thankful they're doing some fact checking, and I really deeply appreciate how much Walls was taking notes and responding to like specific things. I think was really nice to see. I'm extremely happy with Walls in this debate. I'm really happy with the moderators, the questions themselves. Again, other than that first one, which was a bit of a doozy, but I think I get strategically why that was there. Because I think I was saying earlier, like if you start making like a really ridiculous demand and then drop it to here, you seem like you're giving them a deal, or the psychological impact of that drop is more effective than trying to work up to something. So I'm sure that it's helpful. And they had to cover the stuff in Palestine and Lebanon right now with what Israel is doing. I'm hoping that at the very least people can push Kamala and Walls further left on this. I feel like at the very least, as it becomes more politically damaging to be pro-Israel, as the more people speak up about how they feel about it, people will have to shift. I don't know how that's gonna go. They're at least our best bet. Yeah, I mean, the fucking Christian nationalists aren't gonna be good. Trump will not. No. Trump will go, oh, you're bombing your neighbors and taking land? Strong. Good. Could you imagine Trump and Netanyahu hanging out? Don't, because it'll break your brain. But yeah, I'm super, super pleased with how that went. I'm very concerned with the pivot to because Vance is pivoting to be more affable and more polite, that people might let him pull a Richard Spencer. They're like, oh, he's not a raging, frothing at the mouth, white fucking hood, screaming racist. Then he's presentable and nice. And is it relieving that he's not spouting crazy nonsense like Trump? Well, except for that he is, because he's the one who started the like migrants eating cats and dogs shit. Part of why Netanyahu isn't accepting a ceasefire is because he's hoping for a Trump win. Yeah, that's probably fair. But I did notice dog whistles here and there. Choice being a big one, because for Republicans, school choice is always about giving vouchers for private religious schools to divert public funding to private Christian schools. We needed to pull an actual Richard Spencer, make him so afraid to be a Nazi he stops, and punch him in the face on TV. Because I'm cool with that. In Minecraft, yes, I saw that. But I mostly just want people to be careful that they don't take their relief that he's less absurd than Donald Trump and take that as more as that he's dangerous because he's calculating and he understands context. He's smart enough to be able to manipulate the situation. Because he was on TV screaming about cats and dogs and people eating pets and Haitians bringing HIV and all of these old, I covered this last week, all of this really old anti-Haitian racism, bringing all this shit up, he was doing that on camera. So it's not like he's not as icky as Trump. In fact, he's worse because he found that story rather than it just being presented to him. Iciest hot take of mine, if one religious school receives any type of public funding, all of them should. Yeah. I mean, I just don't think there should be religious schools, but hey, give TSD some money and we'll run a school. I don't think people want that. Some people might. Cool people might want that, but we are not in a position to run a school right now, honestly. But like, the undercurrents of him, like, that, like, Christo-fascist bullshit and him being like, oh, like, women, like, oh, we should have paid family leave. And he went, in case the father wants to stay home, or the mom wants to stay home, or the mom wants to stay home longer. Like, and like, wanting choice, considering the religious school dog whistle going on there, and mentioning that, like, people might want their church to take care of their children. I'm not saying that it's not okay, but in the context of Vance saying it, I'm concerned. Same, but like, if Ontario can have a public Catholic school board, we should also have a public Jewish school board and Islamic board. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I would go the other way and just not have religious school boards. Because that just inevitably would mean that the largest, best funded religions would end up with religious schools. And like, I think that is the correct one. Yes. But some consistency would be nice. Other things. The abortion stuff, I'm proud of Walz for not taking the bait on Vance's really stupid fucking question. Yeah, religion should never be a part of schooling. The only exception to that would be like a world religions class where you're learning like comparative mythology or some shit. Or like, yeah, like, unless you're doing like a sociology class or a philosophy class or a history class wherein you'd be learning about these things in context, but no, yeah. But what I think you mainly mean is like religion shouldn't be teaching people their beliefs. Correct. If we make a concession for Christianity, then all other religions need that consideration, all or nothing. Yes. Like, if you want, no one should have any religious shit on state capitals, but if we're gonna let 10 Commandments, we will also have the Baphomet or a menorah or whatever. In college, not in elementary or secondary. I sort of disagree just because mandatory religious practice has no place in schools. Agreed. I would say in secondary school, there is a place for like, because I took ancient history in 11th grade. And I would consider ancient Greek, Roman, and Egyptian mythology to be religions. The notion that it's a choice, not mandatory. Yeah, absolutely. And I think it would have been fine to also cover, if I'm learning ancient history and I'm learning ancient Egyptian mythology, I think it would have been fine to cover ancient Judaism in that context, or the pivot from, like, in the fall of the Roman Empire and the weaponization of Christianity in that process. Like, I think teaching about religion as a subject and not the belief specifically, like, I do agree that if you're going to teach it, you have to be really careful. But like, my dad taught me about religions when I was a kid, and it was always presented as like, here's ancient mythologies and here's current things that people believe in. But they were always presented as, this is what some people believe, not you should believe this or whatever. And they were taught equally with Judaism, Islam, Buddhism. I was exposed to all sorts of things. I think like a comparative cultural class so that you can understand like, hey, why does my Jewish classmate not eat pork, and like having that understanding of what other people are like, the same way that you learn about like queer people when you're younger, is like not necessarily to indoctrinate you, but as like, these are the kinds of people you might meet in your day-to-day life and what they believe and what their cultures are like, in a way that promotes understanding rather than conversion. Kids should learn about religion as a part of learning about the world they live in. If elementary school kids can discriminate based on religion, they can learn about it. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, if you present it in the same way that you approach teaching queerness, like, oh, this person has 2 moms, this person is trans, this person doesn't eat pork because of their religion, this person has to pray a couple times a day, this person doesn't want to show their hair, and like, oh, this person, because, like, it's not like we don't learn about Christmas, right? I just think if we learned about, like, other stuff, too, at the same time, it would take away the power of any one belief system to dominate. Here are various world religions. This is their practices, their holidays. Here's some of their history, but not, like, teacher-led prayer. Yeah. And I think we're all kind of vaguely in agreement that, like, at the very least, we shouldn't be teaching prayer in school or anything like that. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with like teaching kids about like what's going, because like, again, it's not like 9/11 happened when I was 10 years old. It's not like I wasn't being exposed to Islam, where like my aunt was Jewish and my sister's best friend was Jewish, so it's like not like I wasn't being exposed to other cultures. I think, but the way I was exposed to Judaism, which was friends and family sharing their culture, is like, hey, this is what I like to do. And like, I went to a bar mitzvah, and it's like, you know, you don't have to read Hebrew, you don't have to believe what I believe, but you're celebrating, you know, someone turning, I think it's 13. That was great. Felt very different than when Christians would do prayer circles outside my locker, or chase me around the schoolyard praying at me or telling me I was going to hell. Like, that stuff felt very different. You can't remove it to have more exposure to other experiences. Yeah. And that's kind of my criticism of secularism as a concept, is secularism in a culturally Christian, it just makes the Christianity invisible, and it makes the majority invisible, and because secularism still is an assumption of Christianity. Whereas, or at least that secularism through invisibility and like the sort of like no religious stuff in public rules that like Quebec has, I would much rather have secularism through diversity, which I think is a lot healthier. Part of the issue is that to the religious right, any teaching of a thing equals indoctrination. And that's projection, because they want to indoctrinate people. They want to teach their way of living to people as a form of indoctrination, because they are cultural supremacists and they assume that everyone else is the same way. Or at the very least, by not being a cultural supremacist, you are at the very least opposed to what they're doing. Whether you're teaching people to be gay or just teaching them that being gay is an option, you are still teaching people progressivism or tolerance as a virtue that they disagree with. They don't see a difference between teaching and evangelizing. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I should probably see about rating someone. Hi, I've been here for hours. I appreciate Mara. I hope this has been good for you. But man, almost 6 hours streaming. I've streamed a lot in the last little bit. My endurance for streams has gotten better. Like, I can handle streaming for a lot longer now. I used to only be able to do like 4 hours and I'd be zonked. And I'm accidentally doing 6 hours. I hope you enjoyed watching me eat wallpaper. I got rated in with Alice. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, eating the drywall. But yeah, this was less stressful than I thought. Covering, I'm glad I covered the Israel news before the debate, because I think it made it easier not to lose our shit as much at the first question. At least I didn't have to talk about it because we'd already covered it. I could just sort of go like, Vance is so stupid, he makes me want to huff glue. I think the problem is not that he's stupid, it's that he's bigoted and slimy and sneaky and says factually incorrect things in the service of a hateful ideology. Done an 8-hour stream before. I think it mostly consisted of me making the sun go supernova and watching the world end in real time. That's amazing. Did I know who I want to raid? I don't have anyone specific in mind. It's amazing. Excellent. Did you have a suggestion, Steph? There's always ferret software. Yeah, we can do that. Holy dang, 8 hours. Yeah, 8 hours is... Oh, welcome back, Kat. I could do ferret software. Would y'all want some cute ferrets as a palate cleanser? I hate drama. I love ferret software. Yeah, it was either going to be that or possibly the Edmonton Zoo also streams on here, which is nice. I was zonked after I didn't notice I was streaming that long. Yeah. I've been here the whole time. Thank you, Sam Reich. Vance had me climbing the walls. He's a lot. But yeah, I guess we'll raid out to Ferret Software then. And then my next stream will be fitting to the music we're playing right now. It'll be Silent Hill next Tuesday for my birthday. I hope I'll be streaming probably most of the day because I have nothing else to do. We're doing a slapper. There's a channel I follow that's just ducks. I love the animal channels, they're great. The zoo that I follow is it's an Edmonton Zoo, and it just streams the red pandas, and it's adorable. Yeah, so it'll be my birthday in a week, and we're gonna play Silent Hill, and maybe I'll cover a little bit of news if there's a bit of news to cover, but I'll try and keep that short because I don't want to fucking deal with it. And also, I don't normally look at this, but we're 2 followers away from the sub goal. Animals is great. We're 2 followers away from the sub goal, and when I do that, I'll be doing a partial suspension on stream at some point. It'll have to wait until my knee is doing okay. I don't want to injure myself, but I promise it will be a thing that happens. Crittervision is my go-to. Yeah, animals are good. Okay, let me see if I can search Ferret Software. We're gonna raid Ferret Software. I'm gonna raid some ferrets. Okay. I appreciate y'all so much. I don't think we don't need to do a raid message, I guess. We'll just do okay. Raid. Hurt. Okay. Yeah, thanks for being here, Saren. Managed to ferret out that link. Oh my god, Mara. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Jordan, for the subs again. I appreciate that. Thank you for all the audio alerts. It scared the shit out of me. Thank you all for sticking with me through this stressful fucking debate. Yeah, it was good to see you in a stream again. Finally, like an actual... Oh my god, Pine. But yeah, good night, everybody. Thank you, Jordan, for stopping in. It was so good to have you, like, get to actually be in a stream. Hopefully you'll stream late enough on next week that you'll also get to catch some. But yeah, I love you all so much, and I will see you next week.